The Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation. For those in the gallery, please rise as well for the invocation to be presented by Senator Phil King.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. If I can take a moment of personal privilege, and I was thinking this morning about how hard it is to get things wrapped up and done the last couple of days. It's very difficult. We need so much wisdom. These issues are complex. We're all pretty bowed up, me included, so we need humility. And we need to be peacemakers. And so I thought maybe we'd pray about that this morning, if that's all right. So, Father, we come to you today, and the book of James, you had James write that all wisdom comes from you. So we're asking for that this morning to get this session wrapped up in the way where we're doing the best thing for the state of Texas and for all the people here. We're a little bowed up and we're tense, and we all suffer from pride, and we've been working on things. And I know Paul wrote to the church in Philippi that we're to always consider others above ourselves, that we're to always practice humility, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. And then, of course, Jesus said in Sermon on the Mount, that we're to be peacemakers, and that peacemakers would actually be known as sons of God. And so, Father, I guess that's what we asked the last couple of days. I just pray that you'd give us all a lot of wisdom, that you'd give us a lot of humility, and that you'd help us all to find ways to be peacemakers as we negotiate and work through all this. We confess our sins to you, and we thank you that Jesus died on the cross for all of those, and if we'd just accept his salvation. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you, Senator King. the following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 46. Motion by Perry.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 46. Is there objection? The chair hears no objection. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 46. Chair, Senator Perry. Members, Senators Bettencourt, Hughes, Menendez, and Parker.
Now.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 37.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as a reminder, Senate Bill 37 seeks to bolster governing board authority for our higher education institutions. It also reforms faculty senates, cleans up the patchwork of general education requirements across post-secondary institutions, and increases transparency and compliance efforts at our public institutions of higher education through the creation of a statewide higher education ombudsman's office. The conference committee report for Senate Bill 37 simply refines the criteria for general education review while maintaining our legislative intent. With that, I move adoption of the conference committee report for Senate Bill 37.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question of the author, Mr.
Senator
President.
Creighton, do you yield?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, Senate Bill 37, there was some concerns that there may have been added some new language that may have had something to do with tuition or differences in tuition or changing in-state tuition for anybody. Did you do that, any of that?
We did not.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton moves the adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 37. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
20
Campbell.
ayes and 11 nays. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolutions. The Secretary will read the resolutions.
Senate Resolution 588 by Creighton. Senate Resolution 589 by Creighton. Senate Resolution 590 by Zaffarini and Schwartner. Senate Resolution 591 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 592 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 593 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 594 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 595 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 596 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 597, 98, 99, 600, 601, 602, 603, 604 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 605 by Nichols. Senate Resolution 606 by Nichols. Senate Resolution 607 by Nichols. Senate Resolution 608 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo. Senate Resolution 609 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo. Senate Resolution 610 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo. Senate Resolution 611 by Colcourse. Senate Resolution 612 by Hughes et al. Senate Resolution 613 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 615 by Birdwell. Senate Resolution 616 by Hagenbu. Senate Resolution 617 by Hagenbu. Senate Resolution 618 by Hagenbu. Senate Resolution 619 by Hughes and Birdwell. Senate Resolution 620 by Sparks. Senate Resolution 621 by Gutierrez et al. Senate Resolution 622 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 623 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 624 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 626 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 627 by Hughes et al. Senate Resolution 628 by Hughes et al. Senate Resolution 630 by Campbell. Senate Resolution 631 by Parker. Senate Resolution 632 by Eckhart. Senate Resolution 633 by Eckhart. Senate Resolution 635 by Eckhart. Senate Resolution 636 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 637 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 638 by Hughes. Senate Resolution 639 by Eckhart. Senate Resolution 640 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 641 by West. Senate Resolution 642 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 643 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 644 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 645 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 646 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 647 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 648 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 649 by Menendez. Senate Resolution 650 by Hughes. Senate Resolutions 651, 652, 653, 654, 655, 656, 657, 658, 659, 660, 661, 662, 663, 664, 665, and 666 by Hughes, HCR 88 by Hall, and HCR 137 by Hall.
This is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Creighton for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 12 largely reflects the language this chamber approved in mid-March. In negotiating the conference report, there have been several revisions. For instance, the provisions of Senate Bill 12 that allowed for open enrollment across school districts are no longer in Senate Bill 12. So there is no longer a public-to-public school transfer provision in the legislation. Additionally, the House added language which prohibits school district personnel from assisting a student with socially transitioning, such as using a new name or different pronouns or other expressions of gender that deny or encourage a denial of the person's biological sex at birth. We've kept House language which allows for a parent review of their students' library materials and classroom teaching materials. This is language, again, that was added by a House amendment. The House also added language regarding parental consent to a psychological treatment that was not in the Senate engrossed version of Senate Bill 12, but it's largely consistent with Senator Colcourt's Senate Bill 400, which this body approved 28-2. We've retained some of the House's exceptions to the DEI portion of the bill, including making sure that HBCUs may continue to recruit in collaboration with school districts. On the sexual orientation and gender identity instruction prohibition, we have retained a House exception that makes clear that single-sex organizations that do not have a political mission are not impacted by this ban, including, and as an example, Girl Scout clubs. And lastly, we've kept the House framework on student clubs, which requires parental consent for clubs. School district employees and contractors are still prohibited from providing instruction in clubs related to sexual orientation and gender identity, but with parent permission, student-led clubs on these topics may continue. The Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 12 includes the House language for school district grievances and appeals. And the House version creates an entirely new chapter, 26A, that lays out a 4-level local grievance review ladder with filing appeals and timelines. This lets parents in any grievance situation express these concerns to the school board trustees and bars retaliation and unresolved cases to the commissioner. This drives transparency, and districts must post the grievance portal on their websites, video, audio board hearings, and submit annual grievance data to the TEA for a statewide public report. Mr. President, if you give me just a moment, I want to check with my staff on one additional provision. If you could let me pause.
Take your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Last, where the bill does continue to require parental consent for clubs, the bill also maintains the Senate version of language related to clubs on making sure that clubs related to sexual orientation and gender identity are prohibited, and this would capture clubs specifically centered on sexual orientation. The bill also requires parental consent, again, for any remaining clubs that the school would offer. And with that, Mr. President, those are the negotiated items in the legislation for Senate Bill 12, the Parental Bill of Rights, and I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 12.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President?
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, I'm on page 13 of the Conference Committee report, and I'm looking at the Senate version, House version, and it's a list of gifted and talented promotion, retention, graduation policies. I'm trying to figure out in the conference, it looks like y'all did some sort of hybrid. I'm trying to figure out what y'all were doing there.
So is this related to clubs?
That's the part I'm trying to figure out here. It looks like it's under section 11. Each board of trustees shall, and then we go on to the next one. No, I think it has to do with, So this is where a trustee gives parents information about parental rights and the options, including the right to withhold consent or for exempt the parent's child from certain activities and instructions that addresses the parent's rights and concerns. So it's a list of things that the trustees have to provide.
That's correct. That's under the grievance provision.
The grievance. Sure, yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at under the grievance provision, I was trying to figure out what the hybrid ended up with because you're very close and when you went to conference, but I think you just struck some language from letter M. I think that's all that occurred. Court, is that what occurred?
Yeah. I believe that's correct, Senator Menendez. It's very close.
Yeah.
They just made minor adjustments in different places, but the spirit and intent, the substance behind it was not significantly changed.
Did I hear you say that the House added language to say that the school is not allowed to help students transition?
That's correct. There was an amendment added onto the bill in the House dealing with that exactly, related to any effort to assist a student with a new name or different pronouns or expressions of gender that deny or encourage a denial of the person's biological sex at birth. That's specifically tailored towards a one-way street, that the school would be approaching the student in those categories.
I've never heard of a school helping anybody transition. But I think what the bill is trying to say is, okay, explicitly you're going to not do this, but it doesn't mean that if a child shows up and says, my name is Lisa, but Lisa looks masculine, is the school going to be allowed to call the child by its name, by their name?
Yeah, that's what I mean about the one-way street. It's not about the approach from the student. It's more about the approach from the school themselves. And keep in mind, there are groups on campus that have teacher sponsors, that have school district employee-related leaders for those particular groups. And we do have examples of some inappropriate situations happening that would be absolutely under the definition of assistance and encouragement in transitioning. So specifically the amendment itself, it requires every district or charter school to actually adopt a policy that makes it clear to employees exactly what we're talking about in this exchange, that is not appropriate on advising the student in those types of situations, and it makes sure that parents are notified as well and are a part of that conversation.
I guess where I'm going, and I understand what you're saying, is, okay, if anyone out there is doing this, you need to stop as soon as this bill becomes law. I get it. Don't agree with it, but I get it. So the question that I have, though, is if a student has currently, let's say there's a junior or senior out there who has currently, with the advice and consent of their parents, been working towards transitioning, and they have been going to school and say, my name is Lisa, I identify as a trans woman, does this bill then make it to where that person's teacher next year, when school starts their senior year, they can't call them by what the student has said their name is? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, yes, that amendment would lead the school district to create a policy where there can be no assistance or advising or helping in any name change or pronoun change or other type of gender social transition, and that the parents would need to be notified if there was an approach by the student in that type of way.
I think the word change is the key word, because I'm not talking about a change. I'm saying this student has been freshman, sophomore, junior year, Lisa. Next year, this is law. Do students who are currently transitioned, can they still be respected and left alone, is all I'm trying to say. They're not changing. That's what they've been doing.
Under this required school district policy, there would be a new framework. There would be a parent consultation in that regard.
Wow, okay. All right, let's move on. On page 16, under our bill, it's section 17. We're amending section 26.009 of the Education Code. In the House, they're amending section 18. It says consent for required certain activities. And the two bills seem to be very different. Apparently, the House version has a lot about an employee or contractor of a school must receive. Okay, so the employee or the contractor have to get the parent's permission to conduct a psychological or psychiatric exam. So they go into a lot of detail. And y'all went with the House version of that, did you not? It looks like.
That's correct.
This bill seems to have gotten worse in the conference committee. I appreciate you answering my questions. There's not a whole lot we can do at this late stage in the game, but I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you.
I think the House and Senate version, while they're similar, I think the House chose on the floor to clarify, which lengthened some of the intent behind the provisions.
Yeah.
And, I appreciate the exchange and certainly getting some intent into the record.
It's just, it's such a big bill. And I, for one, believe in parents' rights, but I think the bill actually goes to the extent that it limits parents' rights if they are working with their child on something that they both agree and believe, and maybe a doctor as well. I think we're putting limitations in the bill, especially in the issue of transitioning and that sort of thing. But I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Yes, of course.
Some of the questions that I have have already been answered through questions by Senator Menendez. You made mention of HBCUs. What was that mention? Made mention of HBCUs?
That's correct. So in the House, on the floor, they clarified that under the DEI provision in the bill that there would be no problem with maintaining current policies where if an HBCU was recruiting, of course, at that particular high school for students to join their university, that of course there's no intention in the bill to change that whatsoever. So they just made a clarifying amendment related to that.
And I have not read everything in there, but as it relates to different student organizations and clubs, did I hear you say that it was agreed to that before a student could join a club at the school, that student would have to have parental consent?
That's correct.
So any club or organization, that's kind of what it is right now, though, isn't it?
It's very close. It depends on the district, and many districts require that already, as you just mentioned.
Okay. I really want to go for this bill, but again, here we go back with the same old thing, DEI, okay? And DEI is a major portion of this particular bill, and frankly, I'd all due respect to the work that you've done and Buckley's done this, that's the very reason, one of the very reasons I am going to vote against this particular conference committee report. I needn't say no more. Thank you, sir.
Senator Creighton moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 12. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Conference committee report is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome everyone in the gallery. Good to have you stopping by the Capitol today. Our sessions are 140 days, and this is day number 138, so we conclude on Monday. Members, the chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 634 by Huffman, suspending limitations on the conference committee jurisdiction for Senate Bill 1.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to ask for your consideration and approval of a resolution to allow the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1 to go outside the bounds. During our negotiations, some of the decisions did not conform to language in either the House or the Senate version of the budget. We need to go outside of the bounds to ensure that the budget reflects the decisions made by the House and the Senate. I move adoption of Senate Resolution number 634.
Senator Huffman moves adoption of the resolution. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes and no nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at this time I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1. The conference committee report to Senate Bill 1 represents the biennial budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. Senate Bill 1 is a responsible, balanced budget that falls within all constitutional and statutory spending limits and meets the needs of our rapidly growing state. It prioritizes public education, tax relief, public safety, infrastructure, and improving taxpayer services for individuals and businesses. It also makes strategic investments to maintain Texas's economic competitiveness. Specifically, the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1 includes the largest increase in funding for the Foundation School program in Texas history to support pay raises for our teachers and support staff, provide better support for our special education students, and to enhance school safety. In total, this budget provides an additional $13.6 billion in all funds to the FSP over the current biennium. It provides new property tax relief through additional M&O rate compression, raises the residential homestead exemption to $140,000 with an additional $60,000 exemption for those over 65 and the disabled, and provides a $125,000 exemption from the business personal property tax. The budget before you provides an additional $10 billion in property tax relief on top of the historic relief from last session. For higher education, Senate Bill 1 provides increased financial aid for students, investments in various areas such as workforce development, cancer research, and student success initiatives, an endowment to support capital needs for career and technical education programs at Texas State Technical Colleges to meet immediate workforce needs in high-demand fields, and funding for graduate medical education to maintain our state's 1.1 to 1 ratio of slots for our medical school graduates. The budget also prioritizes keeping Texas communities safe through several public safety initiatives. It funds an additional 467 new Department of Public Safety commissioned officers, preserves the fund created in 2023 to bolster law enforcement and criminal justice efforts in rural Texas communities. It improves recruitment and retention of correctional and parole officer positions, at the Department of Criminal Justice and Juvenile Justice Department, and significantly bolsters funding to expand and increase support for Texas anti-gang programs around the state to effectively combat organized crime in cities across Texas. For Health and Human Services, this budget makes targeted investments towards our most vulnerable populations. It raises the base wage for attendants who serve individuals with disabilities in the community for a minimum of $13 per hour. It provides funding to operate newly constructed or expanded inpatient mental health facilities to reduce the burdens on local jails for individuals needing competency restoration, and doubles the number of new youth crisis outreach teams to increase access to crisis mental health services for youth. This helps to avoid incarceration or visits to the emergency room. Finally, Senate Bill 1 prioritizes the state's infrastructure needs by providing the second tranche of funding for the Texas Energy Fund to ensure long-term reliability and resilience of the state's electrical grids. That's another $5 billion investment. And it allocates funding for specific projects across the state to address water infrastructure, flood, wastewater, and supply needs, and addressing our state's transportation needs for highway project development, construction, and maintenance. Members, the Texas economy is the envy of the nation, and the budget will secure our state's prosperity for generations to come. We have leveraged our state surplus over several sessions to make targeted, one-time investments without burdening future budgets. Mr. President, my plan is to yield the floor one at a time to each of the conferees as they briefly highlight final budget decisions. And at that time, after they present, I would be happy to answer any questions. I would ask that, if possible, we hold the questions till all the conferees have presented. And
Thank you. Senator Brandon Creighton, one of the conferees.
Thank you.
Speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank you, Chair Huffman, for all of your leadership and hard work this session, and really long before the session started, on this incredible budget throughout the entire process. We often talk about this process starting in January, but it really never stops. All the metrics that are tied into how we make the best decisions with your leadership on the revenue that will be coming into the state, and also how we carefully and respectfully and conservatively deploy that revenue through our priorities. Crafting a budget, a visionary budget for a state as large and as fast growing as Texas is nothing easy. And your leadership ensured that every article of this budget reflects the values and priorities of our Texas families that are all counting on it to keep this state strong for the future. Throughout the process, Texas remained firmly committed to our conservative principles, never spending more than we have, investing wisely for the future, living within our constitutional spending limits, employing pay-as-you-go budgeting, and preserving strong reserves in case of a disaster or an economic downturn, of which Texas certainly understands that we need to expect those will continue to happen. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for your leadership and willingness to work with every member of the Senate so that we can deliver for our constituents, something that I know everyone on this floor prioritizes the most, and we all understand why we are here and who we serve. I also want to thank Chairman Bonin and Representative Kitzman in working with them through the Article 3 process. As chair of Article 3, the largest share of the Texas budget, I'm proud of this budget. It's a blueprint for sustained prosperity and a stronger Texas. By passing Senate Bill 1, we affirm something you all have heard me say over and over again, that beyond the dinner table and family interaction at home, the future of Texas begins in the classroom, and this budget makes that future brighter. With over $8.5 billion in new funding For the Foundation School Program, we're making the largest new investment in Texas public education in state history. But dollars alone don't drive results. The strategic investments do, and that's what this budget delivers. A permanent teacher pay allotment, not a bonus, not a one-time stipend, but a lasting investment that rewards classroom experience and retains our best educators. An expanded teacher incentive allotment to recognize excellence and drive achievement and potentially push our teachers' pay well over $100,000 in the future, the very near future. And we're seeing that progress and that exact result from nearly 40,000 teachers in Texas today participating in the teacher incentive allotment. Free pre-K for the teachers, the children of teachers, a first of its kind benefit that will help attract and retain high quality educators from across the state. Whereas you all know that for our teachers that have littles in the school that they teach in, it was deducted out of their compensation prior to this legislation passing to be able to have their own kids in the pre-K program that was already offered in the school that they teach in. A new teacher liability protection fund to give teachers the confidence and security to focus on instruction, not legal worries. And we're addressing a teacher pipeline by investing in residency-based preparation programs that will support them for the future. We've responded to declining reading scores by funding a comprehensive early literacy program with targeted intervention and diagnostics and teacher training and supports that will catch students before they fall behind. We're investing in special education reforms in a historic manner, career and technical education expansion, school safety initiatives that give families the peace of mind they deserve. Members, we've passed historic policies for the nearly 6 million students across Texas, but this is where we bring those policies to life. Without SB 1, those reforms are just words on paper. This budget turns our promises into action and gives lasting weight to our priorities. We're not just funding formulas, we're funding outcomes, opportunity, and excellence. And we're sending a clear message that Texas will continue to lead the nation because we're investing in our future, and we all know that our students are that future. Thank you again to the Lieutenant Governor for allowing me to chair the education committees and to work on the policy. But Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to serve in a leadership role for Article 3 and all of the importance behind it. And with your leadership and direction, your very incredible staff, and all that we've done this session for the benefit of our schools and ultimately, and most importantly, our students. Thank you for what you've done for all of that hard work, dedication, and focus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for all of your work on this. For the public watching that may not know, this budget process started last September. You don't build a budget this big under the constitutional spending limit, of course, but in a state this big with 30 million people, the 8th largest economy in the world, you don't do this in 4 weeks. You do it in about 10 months. And it's been a process all the way through. So the input of all 31 senators has been important. Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized on your part on the budget on health care.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to echo what Senator Creighton just said with a few thank yous to start off with. Senator Huffman, thank you for your tireless leadership, for enduring those months, as the President, Mr. President just said, starting in September, early in the process, and working through. When we start those committee hearings in late January and we go for 3 weeks solid, your leadership and sitting there and working through that, and then we go into those work groups and we work so hard. And I'm just so grateful that you let me serve in this role. And Mr. President, thank you. I see this as my highest honor to work on this budget and the biggest responsibility that I have. To Chairman Huffman, your staff, and to Mr. President, your staff, Katrina Austin, and to Andrea Franco. So grateful for the countless hours, the nights at the midnights, the going over. One more question. We have to do this. We have to figure out this. Thank y'all so much. To Maureen Matoyer, my staffer, who is right there, the four of us working well past midnight every night. Thank y'all so much. And to LBB, Eduardo Rodriguez and his team, we are so grateful for all of your guidance. To the agencies, we pull them in and we ask them and we scrub this budget. Thank y'all. And thank you for the work that you do when we leave here with these precious dollars to put them to work for Texans. With that, I will say that when our work group began conference meetings, and a shout out to Chairman Representative Orr for her work. It was her first time on conference. She did a great job. Thank you, Chairman Bonin, for your work in overseeing Article 2. What we did was we sought to maintain the funding decisions in a fiscally sustainable manner. In Article 2, when you put money in there, it is usually in an entitlement program. It is rarely, if ever, peeled back. So these decisions are hugely important and at times life and death decisions. Members, as I mentioned in March, when I laid out Article 2 committee sub for SB 1, there were many demands on this budget. Much of what we funded last session for mental health facilities and increases for Medicaid services will require ongoing support in the budget. Mr. President, we did something historic last session when we went out to build these mental health hospital beds. They are now coming online throughout our state of Texas. Those will be ongoing demands, but ongoing services for your counties, as the chair mentioned in her layout. These will be helps to our local communities, whether they're in your jails and those forensic beds or those civil beds. Texas is meeting the needs in those. I will say, too, that we tried to address all of the demands of the conference committee with a consistent methodology. Members, I do want to note that the budget picture was complicated when we arrived in conference. Updated budget forecasts for certain programs created new costs to the budget. These include new forecasts for Medicaid CHIP client services, which were a result of higher utilization and provider rate increases from previous sessions. That added approximately $1.5 billion in all funds to the budget for the biennium. Unforeseen forecast changes in foster care added additional cost of $23 million in GR. And the operational cost of the Dallas State Hospital, Senator West, were unknown until the end of the budget conference. I think we've landed in a good place on that one. Despite these new funding demands, we sought to balance the core priorities of the Senate while reconciling the House request as well. To achieve that goal, I negotiated with Chair Orr on funding for items that were shared goals for both our chambers. We also pressed the agencies for revisions in their exceptional items so that funding was directed at the most pressing needs. These approaches help provide funding in a sustainable manner while achieving mutual goals. That said, I'm proud that the conference committee report in this budget maintained major items, including, members, one of the most contentious parts, what we had a lot of pressure on, more testimony than any other part of the budget, was on our community attendance for all Medicaid programs. We funded that at $13 an hour. To put that in perspective, just 2 years ago, before we adopted the 88th budget, they were making $8.11. From $8 to 11 cents to $13 an hour in this budget, that is a 60.3% increase for those that work to take care of the most vulnerable among us. Members, the conference report also added what we call the three buckets: the payroll, actually the hourly wages, then payroll taxes and benefits, PTB. We went up to 14% for non-residential and 15% for residential. And then the administration bucket, I call it a bucket, that portion of the budget, we raised it for the first time since 2007. And we added 24 cents to those units to go to $2.31 in total. In this one area of the budget, which got the most of our attention in dollars, $965.6 million in GR. That is an increase of $2.43 billion in all funds. When we go home, I believe that we will have met the needs of those that are served by the community attendant and all of our HCS provider waiver homes. SB1 conference report retained increases in mental health bed rates and other operational costs at state hospitals. We also increased our mental health bed rates for those that are already providing that. The CCR continued that with a 5% increase for all facilities. SB1 provided $100 million in funding for operations at the Dallas State Hospital, which will allow HHSC to operate or subcontract those operations. The conference report fully funded Medicaid inpatient bed rates for rural hospitals, Senator Perry, and expanded rural hospital grants for HB 18 to $100 million, and plus the $50 million that we had in our base. That's $150 million for rural hospitals, plus paying 100% of their cost on Medicaid. It provided funding for a CWAP facility, that's Children Without Placement facility at Terrell State Hospital for DFPS. And this is an important issue that we've been working on with Chair Frank for about 4 years. It funded diversion slots for individuals on the Medically Dependent Children Program, that's the MDCP program interest list. And SB1 provided the much needed funding for new case management system. That would be the new case management system for DFPS. We needed to make that investment so that we can make those upgrades, Senator Birdwell, on some of the issues that you and I have worked on for now 3 and 4 years. Members, I know that many of you had writers. You've come to me and talked to me about different parts of the budget, from Senator West and Senator Nichols on mental health hospitals and needs in rural Texas, all the way over here to Senator Alvarado, Senator Paxton. You did a great job on that budget work group. Thank y'all so much for your input. I think what Senate Bill 1 reflects is a conservative approach, but a very needed approach in investing strategic dollars to take care of those that are most vulnerable among us, but to also provide the rates to the providers that do that. And so with that, Mr. President, again, a great thank you for the honor of serving on Senate Finance, and then to serve on the conference committee report. I'm humbled and grateful for the trust that you have in me, Madam Chair, and you, Mr. President. Thank y'all so much.
Once again, it's a mighty task with the millions of lives that are impacted on health issues, so thank you for another great job. Senator Nichols, on your portion of the budget as conferee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to, first of all, thank you as well as Senator Huffman for having the confidence in me to lead this work group. I want to thank the Chairman Bonin, as well as our Representative Armando Wally, for the work that they did on these articles. The Legislative Budget Board, I'm always impressed with how really knowledgeable the staff is. And for our other work group members, Senator West, Senator Perry, Senator Hall, different diverse ideas brought to the table. We can be proud of this budget, members, and what it does to accomplish in the state for the next couple of years. The 36 agencies of Article 6, 7, and 8 are responsible for protecting our natural resources, supporting our businesses, and economic development. Many of these agencies have dual missions of serving customers, promoting public safety, through sensible regulation. Our goal is to craft a budget that carefully balances the state's needs, remembering that every dollar we spend belongs to the taxpayer. We listen carefully to the constituents, we talk to the stakeholders, we met with agencies to better understand their programs and their functions, and then we prioritize. We're continuing to ensure that Texans have access to the resources they need to respond to hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and other natural disasters all across the state. This budget supports our veterans through increased investments in housing and the services that we provide. It increases resources to protect our food supply chain, supports state nutrition programs, promotes our critical livestock and farming industries. It helps feeds Texans with enhancements in the Home Delivered Meals Program and Surplus Agriculture Products Grant Program. This budget also allocates new funding for the Farmers Mental Health and Suicide Program established last session. Thanks to the work of Charles Perry and Representative Cody Harris, we're making historic investments in our state's water infrastructure. This will help Texas to plan not only for the new water projects that the state needs, but also our state and local flood programs. Water development particularly supports economically distressed and rural communities. We're assuring that this agency has the resources it needs to carry out its mission. We are increasing funding at the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to support the operation and administration of the state historic sites, natural areas, and natural parks. This includes increases in local park grants. At the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and this is very important to the businesses and industries, we are assuring that those businesses that invest in Texas can depend on timely permits, processing, and predictable regulatory system. This budget includes a historic level of investments in the Department of Transportation, where today we have over $60 billion of projects underway, more than at any particular point in the Texas history since the construction of the interstate. And the condition of our road system is, Mr. President, the best it has ever been in the history of the state. This budget includes investments in our skills development programs to support the workforce as well as child care. At the Public Utility Commission, we're ensuring the agency has the staff and resources it needs to have the power and enough electricity to support 1,500 new Texans per day. And speaking of those 1,500 new Texans per day, this work would not have been possible without the help of Paige McGee, who delivered a new Texan about a week ago. And Paige has been our person from Senator Huffman's office that has watched us every step of the way. She did not miss a single meeting, even though it made me very nervous on quite a few occasions. But she did a wonderful job. And if you're watching, Paige, thank you, and congratulations to you and Margot. And that's my report. Thank you.
You mean to say, Senator Nichols, with all your SAGE experience, you could not have delivered a baby if needed in that committee hearing?
No, I would be hollering for help real quick.
DPS stands close by. Thank you, Senator Nichols, for your great work as always. And now Charles Swertner on your portion of the budget. Senator Swertner, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I obviously want to thank Chair Huffman and Governor Patrick for their trust in allowing me to serve as subcommittee chair for Articles 1, 4, and 5. I want to thank Vice Chair Hinojosa as well as Senator Flores for their service on the subcommittee work group. I'd like to thank the staff, Kaylee and Brady back there, as well as Amy. Thank you so much for your service. And also, I want to thank LBB, Stacy also, and Sean Opperman. Thank you all very much. Sean is the quiet, strong one back there, is always smiling, never saying a word, though. The members, Article 1, 4, and 5 fund over 50 critical agencies, forming the backbone of general government and the executive branch charged with safeguarding our elections, ensuring public safety and justice, supporting victims, preserving the heritage of Texas, and managing the vital oversight of the state's pension systems. In collaboration with the House, we secured funding to enhance victims' assistance programs, improve election security and efficiency, support recruitment and retention of non-judicial staff, and invest in judicial resources, particularly for children's and mental health commissions. We strengthened the State Commission on Judicial Conduct's capacity so that in accordance with Senator Huffman's reform legislation, they're equipped to swiftly address misconduct. Further, we maintained funding for community supervision and substance abuse programs to ensure safer communities. For adult corrections and juvenile justice, we allocated substantial funds for salary increases for correctional and parole officers, rising healthcare costs, and local supervision departments, while implementing cost-saving measures for inmate care and enhancing officer protections. In border security, we committed $1.8 billion for the Texas and National Guard to aid in their mission in securing the border through patrols and infrastructure, alongside funding for nearly 500 new DPS troopers and expanding resources for border operations, including anti-trafficking and anti-gang efforts. In collaboration with Chair Huffman and Senator Nichols, we introduced innovative solutions to enhance DPS driver's license services by improving performance and implementing new technology to streamline the license issuance process. Through these decisions, we have reaffirmed our strong commitment to law enforcement and correctional staff at both the state and local levels, invested in our court system, and embraced innovative, efficient approaches that promote transparency and maximize the reasonable use of taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be happy to take any questions, and thank you again, Chair Huffman.
And thank you for your great work on this as well, Senator. You spoke the least, but you still had just as much work, so thank you. Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask the author a question.
The author of the bill, Senator Huffman?
The author of the bill.
Yes. Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Huffman, how much property tax relief is in this bill?
$10 billion.
Right. Can we say it with
$10 billion.
$10 billion of property tax relief. Let's get excited about this because
excited.
It's a great number, and whenever you get a double-digit billion number going to the Texas taxpayers, it's something to celebrate. We've got a homestead exemption going up 40%, Senator Schwartner, to every one of your constituents. Okay, and wait, we're not done yet. For those over 65 constituents, and we know that's not Senator Schwartner because he has a, can I say how old you are? No. All right, but he's less than 65. We have an additional $60,000 exemption, Senator Higginboo, okay, that's going to get us to a total of $200,000, Senator Parker, for all over 65 and disabled, and that means, Senator Kolkhorst, that a supermajority of Texas seniors will be paying zero property tax once the public votes this into effect. And I'm going to predict that this is going to be so popular, Senator Huffman, that we might break that elusive 90% number in November. But these are going to be widely popular with the public. And I want to thank you for your leadership because it's not every day you get to talk about a $10 billion property tax cut in the state of Texas. Thank you so much.
And Senator Betancourt, that's a great thing to be excited about, but sometimes in the budget process when we talk about new funding, we don't talk about the cumulative funding, right?
Right.
So I'm going to add a new number that's going to blow us out of the water here. The funding for the tax relief is an estimated total of $51 billion for the fiscal year 26-27 biennium, to maintain the relief provided in HB 3 2019, starting with that compression and all the work that we've done then. So we talk a lot about new stuff, but we need to talk about the cumulative total. That's a lot.
And the cumulative total is literally eye-popping, okay? that the state of Texas has made a $51 billion commitment to Texas property taxpayers is astonishing, off the charts. I won't say how huge it is, but it's huge. And more importantly, it shows where the priority is.
Right. And I know you're supposed to be asking questions, but I'm going to ask you anyway and break the rules a little.
I'd be happy
What
to.
does it mean when the state pays it, then who doesn't have to pay it?
Well, when the state pays the bill for ISD taxes, the school districts don't have to pay the bill. And even more importantly, the homeowner or business owner doesn't have to pay the bill. And everybody's getting a cut here. This is 6 pennies across the board on maintenance and operation, all homes and all businesses everywhere in the state. Homestead exemption with the compression and the homestead exemption increase saves $484 in as long as they own the home. And wait, we're not done yet. For the over 65 and seniors, that's $938. And because of all the work that the Senate has led on, Mr. President, all the work over these last 5 years, or 6 years now, that you've plowed the road for, over 65 tax bills never go up on school taxes anymore. They only go down every year that we either increase compression or increase exemption. So this is, as Senator West said at the press conference, it's a great day for Texas.
Absolutely. Thank you for your work on this, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And just to be clear, because when we cut property taxes, they have to be in the budget, Senator, as an expense item.
Exactly.
Because we're writing the check to the school districts for the check that the homeowners aren't writing.
Correct.
To keep them whole and keep our school districts growing. So of this budget, I believe it's 1 out of every $4, 25% of the entire budget is going for property tax relief.
That's the answer I wanted from Senator Betancourt when I asked it, actually.
Yeah. I thought I'd clear up the 6 pennies. The 6 pennies does not, 25%, 1 out of every $4. And to put that in comparison, in 2017, only about 2 or 3% of our budget was going to property tax relief, and now it's 25%. So great budget.
Clearly a top priority for Texas.
Yes, and will continue to be so. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of Senator Schwartner on Article 1.
Do you yield?
I've got plenty of questions. I got questions for you too.
I yield, certainly.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Senator Colcourse was wondering if she had questions for her. I've got questions for everybody. Senator Schwartner, my understanding is that many of our retired state employees had not received any kind of cost of living adjustment. I think it was about 20 years before they received one. And so I was wondering what happened. I think there was $1 billion in our version of the bill that was in House Bill 500, our supplemental, that was moved. And so I was just wondering, where did that $1 billion go for the employees, the retired employees?
I don't believe there was a raise in the ERS pension system this biennium.
No, and that's what I guess my question is. I think the supplemental.
Senator Huffman might be able to shed just a little bit more light on that.
Yeah.
I yield to her.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Huffman. Thank you.
And could you repeat your question? You want to know where the billion went?
In the supplemental, when the Senate Bill 500, it had $1 billion in there for ERS, and so, as you know, you well know that it was about 20 years before they had received any kind of cost of living adjustment, and they were just wondering, retired employees, state employees were like, what happened to that money?
Well, as you know, Senator Menendez, the state makes substantial contributions to the pension fund. And I'll tell you that, and on top of the reforms that we made, I think that was in the bill I passed, I think it was 2017, that requires legacy payments as well to keep the fund. Well, we were working towards actuarial soundness, and now we have it. So we make about, the fiscal year 24, we made $858 million, 25, 944. So those are just, what we did back then. And then, of course, there's also insurance contributions were about $1 billion a year as well. But we did make the legacy payment of $1 billion as well. So it was a $1.06 billion that was made for the legacy payment. That extra $1 billion that was there was something that we considered doing, but then decided against it. It's what we had done last session when we had surplus as well. And what we did was pay forward on the debt towards the unfunded liability, all right? By doing that, you save interest over the years, and it would have saved the state, I think it was about $3 billion. That was last session. As the years go by, you get less bang for your buck. And in this session, we just decided to use the $1 billion for other, major investments in infrastructure and or economic development or, higher ed, public ed, property tax relief, a lot of things that money is spent on. We just made that choice. But it did not hurt the fund. That was going to be an extra payment like we did last session. Didn't hurt the fund, didn't affect the actuarial soundness of the fund, did nothing to hurt the pensioners at all.
I understand that you're in the. I appreciate how vigilant you are about keeping the fund actuarially sound, and I agree with that 100%. It's just that it had been such a long time since they had received any kind of increase. Everything's gone up. The cost of everything's gone up, and so I was just concerned about the retirees. They were wondering. They were excited. They'd seen it in both budgets, and then it just didn't make it to the conference committee.
And I don't know if the retirees understood that would not have affected, that particular item would not have affected their annuities or anything whatsoever. It was just a long-term investment for future payments into the fund. That's what it was.
Understood. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Senator Quilcourse had asked if I could ask her a question or two, and I have plenty for her. Thank you. Do you yield?
I do yield.
Thank you, Senator Quilcourse.
My friend and colleague.
Senator Quilcourse, first of all, thank you for what you've done. I mean, not only what you do in Health and Human Services, where you do a phenomenal job running that committee and running at long hours, very interesting subjects, but your hard work on Article 2, which I think it's the second largest article in the budget, at least it has been historically, right after education. And probably right after education or right up there is one of the most important ones, keeping our folks healthy. I was just wondering about the Medicaid funding on this biennium. How did it change from last biennium? Because I think there was, we know Texas Medicaid provides about $82 billion, and I think that's an increase of all funds. I'm not sure. Was there any big changes?
Yeah, we had a tremendous increase, and as I mentioned, some were a little unexpected on utilization and some forecasts that are a little bit different. And we're coming out of COVID, Senator Menendez, and so some of those projections, and I know the LBB works really hard on this, the agencies work really hard on this, and it wasn't until we got to the conference committee that some of those numbers started to gel. And so, we had all those Medicaid, all of those that didn't roll off of Medicaid with the emergency, they started to roll off. We went down, and now we're kind of sustaining, and we're seeing those increases. So that's an increase to the budget, but more importantly, we made some investments, and the largest part of those investments were with the community attendant wages, and that's with your HCS waiver homes. Those are with your small ICFMR beds, and also then the traditional community wages. We coined that phrase, a pickle on a hamburger, from Donna Campbell one time when we gave, I think it was a 30-cent raise, a 35-cent raise, and it cost millions and millions of dollars. And so this time, of course, we made a tremendous jump again, and as I mentioned, it's $2.43 billion of an increase over last biennium, and last biennium was $2 billion. So when you look at two biennia in a row, we're nearing just under a $5 billion increase. Now, to Senator Perry's point, the CPA, last time we focused on the wages, didn't focus on PTB and on administration. Those are important, because of course, if your wages are going up, payroll, taxes, and benefits also have to go up. So we made a significant increase on all three of those buckets. At the same time, we also made increases to nursing facilities. And that has been something of a commitment over the last two biennia as well. Senate Bill 457 is working through the legislature to make sure that all that new increases on nursing facilities actually go to patient care. And I've been, very adamant about that. Senator Huffman was great to put a rider in the budget. If Senate Bill 457 doesn't pass, they have to spend 90% of those increases on direct care. So we've got some safeguards in there on these investments, making sure that it gets to those most vulnerable among us. We also additionally had some increases on wages not wages, but Medicaid rates. Dentists got their first rate increase since the Frew lawsuit in 2007. You and I were in the House in 2007. So we made sure that those increases, it's roughly about 67 million, and that's off the top of my head, maybe nearing 70 million, but it's north of 65 million are going to go to those Frew lawsuit rates that we were forced to increase after that lawsuit and that settlement. So very strategic, big dollars. A little bit, Senator Creighton and I talk about between his article that he works on and the article I work on, you're talking about 80% of the funding in the state budget.
So on you mentioned briefly about the attendance, the Medicaid community attendance. My understanding was some of the advocates were just trying to get a little more competitive with what's out there. Sure. I think, these fast food joints are advertising $15, $16 an hour. And they were hoping, because they're having trouble attracting attendance. And I think if we keep patients in their homes, if they just need a Medicaid community attendant, it's a lot cheaper for us than if they have to go to a nursing home. And so I was just hoping that we could do something to...
And let me say something. I think with the increase of last session, which had never been done. Yeah. I talked to HHSC. They've never seen that kind of increase. It is historic, the amount of money we've put in. One thing that we don't really know is that when we talk about all three buckets, you can take money from the other buckets to increase a wage. So $13 is really the average. It's not the set in stone rate. You also stack overtime with that. So now we're talking real money when you get to that point. I had I had something happen in my district, and I didn't realize that a lady was working 80 hours a week. And so she got time and a half on the second
40 hours.
40. And so, then you start to get those wages up. But again, the flexibility, the administrative costs, we had not increased that since 2007. This is the year 2025.
Right.
So I think we're definitely historic in the amount of money in these two biennia.
Totally agree. And I think increases are great. The problem is that everything went up in terms of the competition for these positions. And so that's the concern that I had. You did mention something that maybe a lot of members didn't realize, the children without placement. You called it CWOP. And so I hadn't heard about this new facility. So tell me, is that going to be for placements statewide, that children were in their service sector, if they have children that can't be placed, they're going to go? I was completely caught off guard.
I'll be real quick about this. We've been working on this since COVID. We saw CWOP go up to a historic average daily of like 400 children, 420. We've settled back down. I mean, we've gotten as low as 5 to 10 on a day, but we're somewhere at 25, 30, and these are children that we cannot find a placement for. The residential treatment centers won't take them. As you know, we've been in a lawsuit. We're still in a lawsuit. We have a different judge. They will not take the hardest to serve sometimes because they don't think they can fulfill the needs. We came up with an idea to take the Terrell State Hospital in Bob Hall's district, as we're doing this build out that Governor Patrick led last session. We have found a building there that we're going to spend about $37 million rehabbing, and we're going to take those children that currently we're looking for beds all over the United States for, and we're going to be able to service them there. And so I'm really excited about this model. It's again, we look for placements for children if we can't find one, and these are usually your 13 to 17-year-olds.
Right.
We're going to have a unit that is very specific for them, done in an appropriate manner and done well.
Question
Instead of being in a hotel room.
Right, or an office building, or all the places that we've read. Does the new federal judge continue to have those monitors that we've been spending millions of dollars on?
We've seen some improvements on that. They're having to justify their expenditures, and some of those costs are going down, and we're very pleased about that.
Good. Because that was hurting us with placements. A lot of people were
definitely hurting us on a placement.
Choosing not to.
Nobody wanted to go. Nobody wanted to be under monitoring, and so they wouldn't take the hardest to serve. So they backed off, and that's why our CWAP numbers went up so much.
Right. Exactly. So in the past, a couple of sessions, maybe in last session, maybe session before, I'd asked about. I think Health and Human Services needed some money for software, because we had been reading stories about a child coming into the system and they didn't know where that child ended up. And I was just wondering, have we finally addressed knowing, because I made the analogy at the time, that even a grocery store knows when the bag of chips hits the dock to when that bag of chips is sold. They know, they can track it along the way.
Yes. So when you look at the special items from the agencies, if you look at the special items from HHSC, DFPS, and even DISHES, so much of it is IT, and we funded a great deal of that. The most important is impact with DFPS. I think it's going to make a huge difference. It's also going to let the investigators, and even through CBC, our caseworkers, be able to fill out some things with their phones so that they can do real-time feedback. It's not going to be built out this. We're going to be talking about this next session, because it's probably about a 4-year build up. But we're making those investments. You have to make those investments. It's not the glitz and glamour of, I started a new program. But if you don't have the IT working, we can't make anything else work.
But at the end of the day, I believe our constituents expect us, Texans expect us to know when a child becomes a ward of the state of Texas, that we take care of that child, because we become so prescriptive sometimes in what the school can do to kids or not do to kids without talking to the parents. Well, when they become a ward of the state, we become the parents, and we should be just as responsible for those children as we ask parents to be and schools to be.
Yes.
I appreciate you and taking my questions, and how hard the turnover come down at these DFPS and all these agencies. The turnover been helping.
Pardon me?
As the turnover used to be an issue for us.
Yes, we're doing much better. We looked at that all during both the work group with Senator Paxton and Senator Alvarado. We talked about turnover rates and where we targeted some salaries and being able to work with them. And I think we're much better than we were 2 and 4 years ago.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
There's a question about a TRS retirement system rider, a rider 21 that was added. I don't know if that's Chair Huffman or if that's Chairman Creighton.
Senator Huffman?
I'll yield, and then we'll see what the question is.
The rider is a simple rider. It just asks for a study. It's a study about TRS, and there was some concern because these studies have happened in the past. I think there was a question, is the study needed just to, what are we looking for in the study? Are we among the actuarial and the fiscal impacts of the alternative? Because I think it talks about alternative plan designs, and I think teachers are a little nervous, or retirees, what are we looking for to consider? Is the study going to involve economic and fiscal impact on school districts, retirees, or only the state's portion of what we owe the TRS? And so I think there's that, and are we looking at other jurisdictions that currently utilize one of the alternative plans designs, trying to figure out what are we trying to get at? I think people are nervous about the study.
Well, I would encourage them not to be nervous. I think the purpose of the study is to make sure that we're getting the maximum use out of taxpayers' dollars and providing the maximum benefits to teachers that we can. And I think it's healthy to stop and take a look and examine systems and the way we've been doing things. As you know, the state invests billions of dollars every biennium into the teacher retirement system. I've been extremely supportive of it. I've always believed that it should be in the forever business. That's what they say. And if we want it to last forever, then we need to make sure that it's healthy and it's producing the results that's best for teachers. So that's the intent, just to look at what's out there, what's available, and whether we're still doing it the way that we should always do it. I think that's a good thing. And the teachers should be happy about that.
I think they should as well. But do you envision that it's going to evaluate the impact of the federal imposition of the mandatory Social Security participation?
I don't think there's any intent at all in this to have a certain result. That's not the intent of the writer. It's just to study what we're doing and how we might be able to do it better.
Appreciate that. And thank you for the investment that you're making in our school buses to make sure all school district buses are safe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator West, what purpose?
A couple of questions of Senator Huffman.
Do you yield?
Yes?
Senator Huffman,
Yes.
child care.
Child care. Okay.
$100 million new dollars going into child care. I think it's in Article 9.
Yes.
Would you expound a little bit on that?
Yes. The additional 106.8 million. First of all, let me say that Senate Bill 1 includes $3.3 billion in all funds for child care.
That's as filed.
As filed. This is an increase of $701.7 million in federal child care and developmental funding over fiscal year 24-25, and it's because of federal allocation because of the state's growth. But on top of that, we found another 106.8 million, and we utilized federal funds, available federal funds, but we just found, with the help of LBB, a way to do it to serve additional eligible children through the Child Care Assistance Program. And with this additional assistance, the agency can serve an additional 10,000 children in fiscal year.
How many?
10,095 children in fiscal year 26, and 9,804 children in fiscal year 27 additionally.
Would you agree with me that LBB actually earned its keep?
They certainly did. I think that was Julie Lindsay who did that.
That's great.
Yes.
That is great. And I want to thank you and Chairman Bonham for making certain that you heard some of the senators that were advocating for additional monies for child care. And I'm hoping that we can continue to address the child care issues of this state. So I want to thank you for that.
It's an important issue, and we heard from the senators. We also heard from people throughout the state and many of our businesses throughout the state who were concerned about this issue.
I want to go to Texas Southern University.
Okay.
And thank you and Chairman Bonham and the Lieutenant Governor for working with us on specifically the Thurgood Marshall School of Law.
Yes.
And we have looked at that through the Facilities Commission at the request of the president of Texas Southern. And we put a rider in their budget. But there's some confusion in terms of the language in the rider. It talks about doing a study concerned to look at renovation. We're not looking at renovating Texas Southern. We're looking at what are we attempting to do?
Well, my understanding, and of course we'll have to let the Facility Commission do their study and look at it, but my understanding was the building was perhaps not in the appropriate condition to renovate, that it may be more cost effective to tear it down and rebuild, design and rebuild. So our intention is to, our intention is to I'm going to look at the rider specifically because I don't want to misquote anything. It says for the purpose of a study relating to renovations, but I do not think anyone is ruling out the possibility that it would require more than renovation. So we're going to leave it to the Facilities Commission to take a look at it, to see what is happening, and to see what's the best course. But $10 million is a lot of money. And I think that should be enough so that they could, if they determine that it needs to be rebuilt, design and rebuild, that they would certainly have enough money with that to get started.
Because I thought the primary purpose was for them to go in and look at bringing back a design and rebuild plan for the law school, as opposed to renovation.
I think we want them to study what is the most cost efficient and the best thing for the university, and that's what we'll have to tell them to do. And I'm happy to tell them that.
Okay, but we want them to work in conjunction with the university to also look at designing a new facility too.
If that's what they determine is the appropriate thing to do, yes.
So is it?
But it will be through the Facilities Commission, not through the university.
Well, I understand, and that's
Yeah.
what the president asked for. Is it the Facilities Commission's determination, or is that a recommendation that they need to make?
I think it's going to be once they get in there and look at it and decide what they need to do, they'll probably get back to, I would assume, back to the LBB, the Legislative Budget Board, so that, you know, the Speaker and the Chair of Finance and the Chair of Appropriations, the Lieutenant Governor, to kind of let us know where they are, and then we can make recommendations from there.
Okay, so
During the interim, I'm talking about.
I understand during the
keep
interim,
things
but,
going.
I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
real clear that the accreditation of the university was called into question by
Yes.
the accreditors because of the condition of the facility. And it is my hope and desire that as they go through looking at it in conjunction with Texas Southern, that we approve next session the tearing down of the facility and making certain that we get a new facility for a law school that's been there for over 50 years.
My experience has been usually when the state invests $10 million that they have intention to follow through with the project.
Very good. Mr. President, I'd ask that this discussion be spread upon the journal for intent purposes.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator West.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
For a few questions, Mr. President, brief comments.
Yes. To Senator Huffman?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Huffman.
Yes, sir.
When we had our budget discussion some months ago, there was this, we talked about a possible amendment from me to help out our farmers. And I want to thank the President because you imparted some wisdom upon me. And you said, take this down, we'll find the money, and we'll help these people, and we'll try to help you do that. And so I want to thank you, and I appreciate it. And I want to talk about why it's so important. Now that amendment was for $50 million, Senator Huffman, wasn't it?
Yes.
But somehow, in all your wisdom, and I think in all of your experiences growing up, you knew how hard farmers had it in life.
We love our farmers.
And you knew the difficulties that our farmers have had historically and to date.
That's right.
And it just so happened that was a possible change in the government program, an eradication of that program. And we said, well, let's try to make them whole. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you know what our farmers suffer. Sometimes they're praying for rain. Sometimes they're praying for the rain to stop.
Yes.
Sometimes they're praying for the bank to extend their loan just another month. Sometimes they're just looking for everything to work out so that they can make it day to day.
Right.
And I think that there's a significant disconnect between rural and urban. And I'd hope that as this happened, that changes. Now, there was a program in place that historically had gone underfunded. I think it had $1 million in it. It was under the Texas Agriculture Funds, the Texas Agricultural Finance Authority, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you saw it upon yourself to go not just do the $50 million, but to find another 50 and make that $100 million.
That's right.
And I want you to know that just yesterday, it was conditioned on something, and it was the passage of House Bill 43, correct?
Which I think is Senator Perry's legislation.
Senator Sparks.
Sparks.
And Senator
Well, I'm
Sparks'
sure they worked
bill
on it together.
just passed the House yesterday, passed our House, our chamber a couple days ago. It's on the way to the governor's office. And for the first time in a long time, our farmers are going to get the relief that they need when times are hard, and that happened because of you.
Oh,
And I really want you to know I appreciate it.
thank you, Senator.
And I appreciate you, Mr. President.
Ye of so little faith.
Well, I didn't
You didn't
doubt
get
you,
50.
sir.
You didn't get the 50 you asked for.
I got double.
You got 100
We
million
got 100. We
for
got
farmers.
We got 100, sir. You did it. And she
No.
did it. And we all did it.
31 people did it in the House.
We all did it. And I believe you drive a 1952 Chevy. I'm not so sure if it's. And last session, you told me I went on this odyssey running statewide for something craziest, probably the dumbest thing I ever did, but it was wonderful. And you told me it's going to be wonderful because you're going to meet people from all over this state. And you're going to meet people from every walk of life, Democrat and Republican. And you cannot believe how many farmers I met along that way. And so I thank you for the words of encouragement that you actually gave me. And so you said, no matter what happens, you're gonna enjoy this. And you
Great
did.
state of great people.
Yeah, and you did that. And so I want to, if you will indulge me just for 3 more minutes, sir.
If you have more good things to say about her and me, keep going.
All right, fair enough.
Because it doesn't happen often, so go for it.
Doesn't happen often. A long time ago, a legislator told me that the legislature, and I told this to a new member the other day, that this is a game of inches. And you get a little piece of a bill one day and a little piece of another. 3 sessions ago, I had a loan, a bill called the microloan program, and it had a health care component, and we couldn't get either one through the finish line. But because all of you decided, and Senator Perry, thank you for letting me put an amendment on the TDA sunset, we created this program. And it's the Agri-Stress Helpline. And Senator Huffman, you funded it. 2 sessions already. Now a 3rd one. You funded this program. And Commissioner Miller goes out and talks to people. In the first year, he saved 69 lives with this hotline. Imagine that. The second component was a microloan program. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't realize that we had this finance authority, Senator Perry, and now I know that it was always there. Some senator and representative a long time ago placed it in there, but it had gone underfunded. This entire book is about the role of government in people's lives. They should be watching today. All these people in the gallery should be watching today. This is about the role of government in people's lives and how each and every one of you has put your blood, sweat, and tears into it. An incredibly long hours, Senator Huffman. And I think that people should know that more and should understand that more. That bill 3 years ago came to me because a woman named Rebecca DeFelice Moyer lost her father, Glenn Moyer. Killed himself when he lost the dairy farm. And that's how important this bill was to me. And that's how important this $100 million was to me and how important it was to her. Because her father just couldn't continue anymore. He lost the entire family farm. He lost all of their money. Everything was sold for pennies on the dollar. I didn't really tell you all that then. But this is a culmination of that. The ability to be able to not have the next Glenn Moyer, to be able to help people. And so, Senator Huffman, whether you're a farmer just trying to make it, or a tool pusher on an oil rig who doesn't know when the next oil play is going to dry up or not, I think that you know pain. Because a lot of what we do in this building is about people's pain, and we try to make it better. And so for that, I want to thank you. Mr. President, I want to thank you and all the members in this body. You made me believe in this place and my role in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. As I said the other day, when 31 of us are together, we're a mighty force to reckon with in the entire United States of legislatures. Senator Huffman moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes, no nays. The report is adopted. Congratulations. Members, can I have you all take your seats, please? Members, I don't, Wes? Members, I'm going to use presidential privilege here to do something I don't think I've ever done. I want to recognize someone on the floor. Where's Mike Morrissey? Where's Mike? Come over here, Mike, on the floor, if you would. This is Mike Morrissey's 40th year, his 20th budget. To put that in perspective, Senator Zaffirini, you like numbers? He has overseen $3.2 trillion of budgeting. $3.2 trillion. In a minute, Mike, I'm going to give you a gavel. Mike Morrissey, in appreciation of your exceptional service to the state of Texas, celebrating your 20th session. And then on the base, and I learned this from Senator Zaffirini, who said you can also put a plaque on the base for a few more words. The master budgeteer of Texas, $3.2 trillion in budgets over 40 years for the state of Texas. That's just incredible, Mike. And, you know, if you look at a sports franchise or a company, you always start with your key. In football, they'd say you got to have a quarterback. So when I began hiring staff in 2014, when I became lieutenant governor for the first time, I had heard that he might be going into the private sector. And Governor Perry invited me over to the mansion, and he said, do you really, and Mike and I knew each other, but not that well. I wasn't on a conference committee. I was on finance for a few years, but I didn't work closely with him. But I knew of his reputation and what a gentleman he is on top of it, and just class guy all the way around. And so he was the first person that I hired to build the team around. And I think everyone recognizes we all have great staff. We met a lot of them last night afterwards, and I have a great staff, as we all do. And Mike, you're the heart of it. You're the heart of it. You're humble is one of the reasons you're great. This proclamation in honor of 40 years of dedicated service to the state of Texas in celebration of the 20th legislative session. I want to extend my sincere gratitude for your selfless service to the citizens of Texas. Members, all in favor? You're already standing. The resolution is adopted. With your gavel, if you'll come up here for a photo and then come down, and everybody would like to shake your hand. So come on up here, Mike, for a photo. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, stand up there. Go ahead. Where's it? Oh, right there. Here you go.
Thank you, sir.
And I sure hope it's not your last budget.
I hope so, too.
All right, sounds good to me. Why don't you go down there and greet everyone? Here, let me hold this up for you. All right. If you all want to come up and grab a photo with the legend. Senator West? Senator West? Members, if you can take your seats after a minute here, because we're going to have a memorial resolution. So, but please see Mike before you do. I'll pause for a second. Members? Yes. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. And after this recognition, we're going to take about a 20-minute recess and then get right back to work. Senator West, you're recognized.
Mr. President, to my colleagues of the Texas Senate, it's placed within me to bring our guest this afternoon, be honored and recognized for her contributions and sacrifice to the community, to the state. Our guest today is Ms. Cherie Jeffries, the mother of fallen police officer Darren Burks. Darren was her only child. But what we aspire to today is to extend the spirit of love, of compassion, commonality, and brotherhood to you, our sister. This collective bond that we aspire to share should be capable of evoking the emotion that when one of us hurts, we should all be able to feel, empathize with their pain. I do not believe that it's necessary to recount the events of Thursday, August 29th, 2024 that took place. Great irony, in the parking lot of a community center that's run by another of our best and brightest, a young man that one could be considered a peer in many ways to the mission of Officer Burks. I cannot claim to have known Officer Burks personally before this evil and senseless tragedy that took place, members. But as news of it spread throughout Dallas-Fort Worth, Mr. President, I've come to know this beacon of light and hope, gone too soon from us by his good works. His story, his legacy, his love of humanity has been and continues to be shared willingly by those who were close to him. And I want his story to be shared with my colleagues from across Texas who make up this great body, the Texas State Senate, in the closing days of the 89th legislative session. What I've come to know over these past months is that our guest today is also the embodiment of the appendage that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. The seeds of love and concern for others, that Ms. Jeffries planted and her son blossomed into a man that those who knew him and loved him would call a prince, our moral compass, a true friend who would routinely go out of the way to help others, a selfless and godly man. Former Dallas Police Chief Eddie Garcia would call him our hero. What our guests today share with the hundreds who were in attendance from all over North Texas at Police Officer Burks' memorial service was that even while growing up, her son was so selfless. Not her words, but others' description that would share with his mother wisdom and guidance with other youth who he felt could benefit. In her own words, she shared that Darren would bring young ladies and male schoolmates to the home to talk with them and be counseled by her. She would also share that there are a near countless number of young men and young women who would be led to know God, Senator Campbell, just by her son. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I think we, all of us, all of the age to remember Dionne Warwick's old song, Mr. President, what the world needs now is love, sweet love, Senator Miles. That's the only thing that there's just too little of today. These precious times in this dangerous world, ain't that the truth? That's what we need. The testimony of Officer Burke showed and love and concern for everyone that he came in contact with, not only just his mother. It came from friends, it came from his fraternity brothers, it came from a friend and former principal of the Texas Can Academy. You see, before joining the Dallas Police Department, members, Officer Burks was involved as a teacher. The principal there at the academy said that Burks' classrooms and his students were encouraged to keep asking questions until, through their quest for knowledge, the answer would eventually become apparent to them. He basically made certain that they understood that the way to get knowledge and understanding is to ask the questions. He said that Burks' service that he didn't hire Burks because he was a math teacher. He hired Burks because he had the one thing that I believe, Senator Creighton, that every individual needs to have in order to move others forward. That's passion. Teachers have passion to be teachers. He continued by saying that not only did he teach those young people, but he made them young men and young women. The skill of math, the competency can be taught, but passion is something that somebody was born with and developed by his mom. That passion to find another avenue by which he could help others would lead Burks to leave the teaching profession to join the ranks of the Dallas Police Department, where instructors would say that his form of servant leadership would cause members of the Police Academy class of 392 to also gravitate towards him. He would graduate the academy in December of 2023. Members, Officer Burks, if I could summarize, was a soldier of love whose mission was to spread it to others, and a warrior of faith who was willing to fight for peace and for better communities. Our journey, this mystery that we all hold life above everything else. I can believe that being able to do so would be so frightening that it would impair our abilities to move forward, but we all in this body recognize that it's our duty and responsibility. And so did Officer Burks in protecting the community. Ms. Jeffries, for Darren's conviction the man that he was and the beliefs that you instilled in him, I think that I can speak for this entire body, the Texas Senate. The words of his principal, no matter where Darren Burks has gone, he's left an indelible impression on all of us. And today in the Texas Senate, we wanted to make certain that you knew that he is well regarded, not only by persons in our local community, but the entire state of Texas. Thank you for raising a son that served not only Dallas, but the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, if you would all stand just in honor of her son, a true hero, Officer Burks. And if you'll allow us, we'd all like to come up and share our condolences with you. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator West. Thank you, visitors in the gallery, for standing as well. Thank you. Members, we will stand recess until 3:30, at ease rather, until 3:30. Thank you. Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes Senator Birdwell for a motion to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the conference committee report layout deadline, Senate Rule 12.09 on Senate Bill 8, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
The Senate Bill 8, what time is it eligible to be heard?
8:52.
8:52 this evening?
Yes.
And so what would the vote count be required to bring it up early?
18.
18 votes?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Questions on the adoption of Senator Birdwell's motion? Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini,
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the motion is adopted. Rules are suspended, excuse me. Chair recognizes Senator Schwartner for a motion on conference committee report on Senate Bill 8.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Mr. President, I move adoption of conference committee report for Senate Bill 8. Members, this conference committee report for Senate Bill 8 is a powerful step forward in protecting Texans and Texas communities by extending participation in the 287G program. This proven initiative empowers local law enforcement to work directly with federal immigration authorities to identify, arrest, and remove dangerous criminal illegal aliens from our neighborhoods. This bill mandates that every sheriff operating or contracting for county jails enter into a 287G program with discretion of choosing which of the three enforcement models, the warrant service officer, the jail enforcement, or the task force model, ensuring local control while strengthening public safety. The CCR refines the reimbursement model in favor of a grant system that delivers upfront, reliable funding to every county, scaled by population. $80,000 for counties with a population under 100,000, $100,000 for counties with populations between 100,000 and 500,000, $120,000 for counties with populations between 500,000 and 1 million, and $140,000 for counties with a population over 1 million. This tiered grant program guarantees every county will have funding for implementation of the fees and costs associated with the 287G program. Senate Bill 8 removes barriers to implementation, equips local law enforcement, and sends a clear, uncompromising message. Texas will not tolerate criminal illegal aliens threatening our communities. I thank Chairman Spiller and the House and Senate conferees for their work on this critical legislation. Thank you, and I move adoption of Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 8.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Question of the author regarding the Conference Committee report.
Sure.
Senator Schwartner, you and I had a discussion on the floor last time, and I hear the description of fixing some of the financing. I appreciate that. What we talked about was the fact that this appears to be patterned after a failed Obama administration program. Was there anything done over in the House or in the Conference Committee to make it less of a failed federal program imitation?
The program's been reinvigorated and enhanced and refined under the Trump administration. As you know, in January of this year, President Trump had an executive order that detailed various immigration enforcement actions that under his administration he would like to enhance and reinvigorate. And the 287G program was one of those. And provisions of the jail model, task force model, and warrant service model are in constant stages of development and further refinement under this administration.
Understood. So nothing was changed at the state capitol. There are changes at the federal level that you all are counting on this being more successful this time, and that the problems that were created the last time this was tried, namely diverting law enforcement resources from their tasks that they do here to keep us safe in Texas, will not be encountered a second time?
I have full faith that our sheriffs will choose the correct model under the 287G program, that when they partner with ICE and federal officials in that implementation of the program that they so choose will be vital and appropriate and also very beneficial to their county.
Thanks for establishing the record. I don't share that faith, but I hope it's correct.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Question of the author, Mr. President.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Senator Schwartner, the warrant service model agreement was removed from the bill. Is that correct?
It is not, no. The CCR allows discretion on the part of the sheriff to choose which of the models of the 287G program they choose to implement in that county.
Wasn't the bill written at one point where the sheriff was forced to take the model when they entered in the agreement, they weren't given discretion? Does your bill now gives the sheriff's department discretion?
The bill, as it left the Senate floor, allowed discretion on the part of the sheriffs. Okay, the House had changes which did push the funding toward the warrant service model, which in the CCR was removed back toward the Senate language.
So let's see, when you first laid the bill out in State Affairs and on the floor, you stated the intention was for the bill to apply to a county jailer contracts under 287G. Has that changed?
One more time, Senator.
So when you laid this out in State Affairs and on the Senate floor, you stated that the intention was for the bill to apply to a county jailer contract that was already under 287G. Did that differ under the CCR?
The intent is for a sheriff to choose which program under the 287, first and foremost, to participate in the 287G program. Every county mandatory that has a jail or contracts with a jail. The sheriff, being a constitutional officer and the highest ranking law enforcement official in the state of Texas, should have discretion as to which of the types of 287G programs they choose to implement based upon their unique needs in that county. Whether it is the jail model or the task force model or the warrant service model, or two of the three or all three. I trust our sheriffs to choose wisely based upon their unique needs and circumstances for their county.
So this is going to apply to all sheriffs, regardless of population. Is that what you're saying?
It applies to all counties in the state of Texas that have a county jail or contract with the county jail. So it is 240, I think, counties or so.
What if a local sheriff is unable to comply with the request because of in the bill because of a lack of manpower or resources? Are there any?
There's funding through a grant program for the counties as tiered to the population, with the smallest counties getting $80,000 dollars per year to offset the costs associated with implementing the 287G program.
80,000
$80,000
per year per county?
per county. And it's tiered. If it's a larger county, it goes from 80 up to 140.
So is that to hire one extra person, or, I mean, I'm just thinking, what are they going to do with 80,000?
The sheriff has discretion as to, again, which model they choose and how they utilize that money. There is ability to oversee it by the comptroller and enforcement action by the attorney general.
My understanding was the House had an amendment that would have required sheriffs to post their contracts on their internet website in order to allow individuals of the public to see these agreements. Did y'all remove that in the CCR?
Sheriff, I'm sorry, Senator, I can't recall if we removed that provision. I'll have to look and check for you. I'm sorry. I think there were provisions that were maintained regarding posting on the website, but I can't recall which of the provisions were
I think
maintained.
it's just, we want to make sure we have transparency in these contracting between our sheriffs and the federal government. And I think all constituents need to have that capacity to know. One of the things that concerns me is that the public at large not, if the sheriff goes in one of these contracts, that they understand what their limitations are, or what they've agreed to do with the federal government. Because, I mean, this is now taking local law enforcement and many, for all intents and purposes, creating them deputy federal agents of immigration. And so I think the big concern that you've heard probably over the years is that too many people are worried about the fact that they may not call in the event that there's domestic violence or there's some event where they were victimized, a small crime, but maybe they lived in a mixed family, and one member in the family, especially with all of the videos going on around the state where people are showing up to their appointments and immigration appointments at federal buildings, and they're being arrested in front of their kids, and kids are being handcuffed. And so that's an issue that I have, that we're going to potentially drive immigrants into the shadows and make them victims or have them a bullseye of potential crimes.
If they're not illegal aliens or doing something illegal, then they shouldn't have anything to worry about. The people of the United States and of Texas spoke very clearly last November regarding their concerns of illegal immigration and the concerns of criminal illegal aliens doing great harm to communities, to Texas cities and counties. And I think it is incumbent, and that's why I filed this bill, that local law enforcement act in a collaborative manner with our federal partners when it comes to enforcement of specific immigration laws. And the 287G program is the been enhanced, recognized, and pushed by President Trump through his executive order. And we have a willing partner, and we should be wholeheartedly endorsing that partnership here in Texas, reconfirming our commitment to safe communities and a safe Texas.
Chairman Schwertner, I believe that every one of us on this floor wants criminals, regardless of what their status in this country are, to be put away behind bars. We don't want any criminals of any kind. My fear is that this legislation potentially puts U.S. citizen criminals at an advantage over immigrants or potential people who may have their status in this country nebulous, especially when you have mixed families where kids could be legal, but parents, one might not be legal, that one might be, as you say, legal or documented or undocumented. That's the concern, that at that point, if people understand that family, there's an undocumented person, they have a target now, because people know, well, they won't call the police because there's an undocumented person in that household. And at that point, their rights are almost, they have more to fear than a U.S.-born citizen criminal. That's the issue that I have. I don't have issue with criminals. I want criminals gone. It's the people who maybe are in the process of fixing their status, and they're concerned because they're watching people getting handcuffed and taken away by ICE when they go to their federal meetings. That's the issue, Mr. Senator. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Schwartner. You had mentioned the number of counties across the state. It's 254 counties.
Correct.
Each of those counties are required to have a jail, correct?
The counties that have a jail or contract with a jail must participate in the 287G program.
You know what the overall statewide capacity is in the county jails?
So that would be 234 counties with jails.
No, actually, there are 254 counties.
But there are 234 counties with jails, Senator.
Oh, I see. So 234 counties, but what is the capacity, the total number of jail beds?
Senator, I'm not advised of the jail bed population in those counties.
What's the goal of the Trump administration with regard to the numbers of deportations annually?
Their goal is to protect Texas communities and citizens through allowing for collaborative arrangements with federal immigration officials and law enforcement.
But do you know the number that is the Trump administration's goal annually?
Senator, no, I'm not in the Trump administration. I don't know their number of their goal.
You know the number of deportations on a daily basis in Texas?
I know it's not enough.
But you don't know what the number is?
I do not.
So you don't know, actually, as you stand here, what the impact of holding these individuals who are arrested in Texas in county jails. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that Texas needs to be much more proactive in identifying, detaining, prosecuting, and deporting criminal illegal aliens. And this measure, the Senate Bill 8, is a significant and strong step toward that endeavor.
But you don't know how many jail beds we have statewide, nor do you know how many immigration detentions would be required in those jail bed days.
Again, Senator, I don't know that information.
You did state that the bill allows for the largest counties to recoup $140,000 annually. Is that the case?
$140,000 for counties over 1 million population.
What's $140,000 divided by $70?
Would you like me to get my calculator? I'm sorry.
I'm pulling up a calculator now. $140,000 divided by $70. Maybe Paul Bettencourt could help us out with that. What is it? I'm sorry, Senator King? 700? Roughly 700? Okay. The cost per jail bed day, at least in my county, is $70 a day. So 700 jail bed days, $140,000 would cover 700 jail bed days. There are 2,400 jail beds in Travis County. So $140,000 wouldn't even cover 1 day of a full jail in Travis County. It wouldn't even cover 1/3. Is that correct? Let's see some. Yeah, about 1/3 of 1 day of a full jail in Travis County.
Again, Senator, counties, Texas, Texans, and the elected officials need to prioritize what is important to the people of Texas as they've spoken in national elections and state elections, and that is the concern about the effects of illegal immigration, in particular criminal illegal aliens in our communities. And their budgeting is, in my opinion, secondary to the goal of achieving the desired effect of identifying, prosecuting, and deporting criminal illegal aliens from Texas and from the United States.
You are in favor, I'm sure, as I am, with the idea that the federal government should reimburse the state of Texas for the $11 billion that it has spent so far in the prior biennium on immigration enforcement, correct?
I am supportive of that, yes.
But you are clearly also supportive of continuing to spend local property taxes on the detention requirements of enforcing federal immigration law.
And I'm also supportive of utilizing state funding to assist counties in the partnership and collaboration of federal programs such as the 287G program as devised in this bill. Yes.
But as you can see, at $140,000, even for the largest counties, that doesn't even come close to the actual property tax funded cost of these 287G programs.
I would hope that the counties reprioritize what they spend their money on, whether it's counties that want to put in some sort of minimum wage assistance program. You know, I think maybe they can utilize some of that money for better law enforcement and partnership in the case of illegal immigration and the capture of criminal aliens walking the streets of Austin or any other major metropolitan area, doing great harm to individuals with rape, murder, assault, theft, finding those people, detaining them, prosecuting them, and deporting them.
I totally agree that irrespective of where a person is from, if they are a rapist, if they are a murderer, if they are engaged in aggravated assault, that they should be arrested, detained, and prosecuted. And no matter who their victim is, whether their victim is from Venezuela or Mexico or China, that victim deserves justice, because those individuals who perpetrated that crime, no matter where they are from, should be held accountable. I completely agree with you. And the domestic-born population in Texas is, by mathematical certainty, the larger percentage perpetrators of those offenses. We need to keep anyone who commits those sorts of offenses detained and prosecuted. We just passed a bill, SJR 5, to ensure that if somebody is shown to be a continuing threat to public safety, that judges now have the discretion to deny them bail. And since most of those individuals statistically are going to be domestically born citizens of the United States, what are we going to do when these jails must have a 287G agreement with the federal government to hold people who are not rapists, murderers, or people who have been involved in ag assault? They are just people who are not here legally.
Yes, they are criminals in the sense they are illegal aliens. The program does allow for expedited transfer to ICE to properly adjudicate those individuals. The bottom line is, though, Senator, the people of Texas, the people of this country spoke very clearly that they wanted stronger enforcement of our immigration laws, both at the border and internally. And this bill and other bills speak to that concern of the majority of the voters in this state regarding the need for enhanced law enforcement and their obligation to protect us from criminal aliens by identifying those individuals in partnership with ICE in this case, to detain them, prosecute them, and have them deported in the most expeditious manner.
So back in 2008, building a new tilt wall construction jail in Travis County, if my memory serves, and I could be wrong about this, but in 2008, which was 17 years ago, I believe it was a $40 million construction project. So since that was, 17 years ago, más o menos, that's probably more like $100 million, probably more than $100 million construction project. So are you prepared that when these major metropolitan counties that are getting reimbursed a piddly $140,000 a year need to spend more than $100 million to build more jail bed space on property tax dollars in order to do federal detentions of people who are not violent, not criminal, but they are undocumented aliens awaiting deportation? Are you prepared for the property tax hit that is going to come? And is this state prepared to backfill that property tax hit?
Senator, first and foremost, being an illegal alien in this country is a crime. It's a federal crime. The program is targeting primarily criminal illegal aliens. Those individuals must be apprehended, identified, prosecuted, and deported. It is incumbent to maintain the sovereignty of our state and the protection of our communities and our citizens.
Then perhaps we can enter into some private corporate contracts for private prisons, and we'll see how that goes. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator, you yield for some questions?
Senator Schwartner, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwartner, you and I have had discussions before when this bill first came up here in the Senate.
Yes.
And at that time, there were three options for our sheriffs to choose from in terms of the 287G program. Are those three options, could you rename them again?
Yes, Senator. The 287G program currently has a jail enforcement model, a warrant service model, and a task force model. Those are the three models under the 287G program.
And did they stay in Senate Bill 8, or were they taken out or modified?
The Senate Bill 8 allows for the sheriff that is mandated to participate in the 287G program to choose which of the model that county will participate in.
And as you well know, and I mentioned this before, in my Senate district, I have some rural counties and two large counties, Hidalgo County, Nueces County. In Hidalgo and Nueces, both sheriffs have a standing order where any person who is arrested and processed who is in this country illegally, they're automatically detained. There's a detainer on them. So they're held for Border Patrol or immigration authorities. How would that make their practice change under this bill?
The sheriff, in this case Hidalgo, has a robust program from what you're describing. This would be an enhancement of that. And also, money would flow to Hidalgo County from the state of Texas to assist in the official 287G program. I do not know whether or not Hidalgo is participatory in the 287G program currently, or whether or not they just have ICE presence in their county law enforcement areas because of the proximity to the Mexico border.
I don't think that they're a part of the 287G program, but they do have pretty much the same practice of holding anyone that's in this country illegally or undocumented with a detainer, which they are not really provided with a bond. But then I have rural counties. But in Hidalgo, the jails are overcrowded. Same thing in Nueces County. In Hidalgo, we now have signed a $15 million contract to lease facilities up in Raymondville, Willacy County, to be able to house some of the prisoners. We have three problems. One is the one that we have our jails with local prisoners that are jailed waiting for trial. Number two, we have an issue with TDCJ and the blue warrants. They're not executed right away, take a long time to process. And now we have this issue with detainers, which immigration can respond very quickly or wait until they're ready to come and pick up the immigrant. So I don't know yet what impact, whether it be negative, more than likely negative in terms of prison population, but it is a real challenge because now in the Rio Grande Valley, there's constant crossover from Mexico into the U.S. into Mexico, and I like to call it U.S. Tex-Mex because we are a very different territory. And illegal aliens are not criminals. They're not labeled criminal. I understand those that commit a crime, hey, arrest them, prosecute them to the full extent of the law. But many of these people have been here for ages, 10, 15 years, and they are not documented. They have raised families. If they get stopped by DPS, let's say, or a local police officer under the system that we now have in place with Senate Bill 8, would they be liable to get arrested and turned over to immigration authorities?
The program does, identifies certain officers as participating in the 287G program. And again, whether it's jail or task force or warrant service model, it does not mandate specific actions on the part of officers in a traffic stop, for instance.
So the officer will still have discretion at that point whether or not, okay, this person doesn't have any outstanding warrants, this person doesn't have any criminal record, that they could just give that person a speeding ticket or whatever traffic citation they have and let that person go.
That's again, it doesn't mandate certain activities on the part of an officer to arrest an individual.
Okay. And the other issue is with some of my rural counties, Brooks County, for example, we have a Border Patrol checkpoint there, and they have a very small jail. And quite frankly, the federal government does not prosecute many of the criminal cases where they are under 100 pounds of marijuana. Somebody's trying to cross over and transport drugs like marijuana, and they have a threshold. So those people are passed over to the state to prosecute. But in the meantime, they have to stay in jail there in Brooks County where there's no room. Okay? So under your bill now, there used to be a threshold for counties. Now all counties have to be part of the 287G program. Is that correct?
That is all counties. Again, there's 200, and I think I said
254 counties, I think.
234 counties that have jails or contract with jails that would have to participate in a mandatory fashion in the 287G program. That said, the sheriff of that county gets to choose which of the models or which of the combination of models they choose to participate at the local level based upon their unique needs and circumstances for that county.
Well, I'm just, I guess my concerns really focus more on some of my rural counties. I know my larger counties, both Nueces and...
I think the positive of this bill regarding rural law enforcement is 80,000 is the lowest tier for not compensation, but for grants for smallest counties. And if you have a county with maybe 3, 4, 5 deputies, very small county, that's almost, that is really another law enforcement official that is state supported from a financial standpoint. So I think the rural counties, the smallest of the rural counties in particular, will be benefited from this by having increased overall law enforcement in the entire county.
Well, and I'll follow up on a question by Senator Eckhart, and that is, as you well know, in Congress right now, they're negotiating the federal budget. And as I understand, on the House side, the Congressional House of Representatives, they have at least, I think, $10–11 billion to reimburse Texas, to reimburse us for state funds that we spend on border security. And I would assume that if those funds pass, besides making up some of the money, some of the funds that were spent by taxpayers here in Texas will be used to help our local law enforcement, like our sheriffs, be able to cope with legislation such as Senate Bill 8 and the rapid increase in enforcement by the federal government.
I would certainly hope that we do get reimbursed for some of the expenses of Operation Lone Star and border operations, that $10 or $11 billion that you mentioned, that I'd be a strong proponent of making sure that counties and law enforcement agencies, local law enforcement agencies that have been affected over the years, get properly reimbursed and compensated as well for their costs that they incurred that were not reimbursed by either the federal government or the state government. So I agree with you completely on that.
Well, I'm somewhat conflicted with your bill, Senate Bill 8, quite frankly, because I do believe that we as a nation have to define a border, defend a border, and protect our border. I always said in history, those that do not do that, any country that doesn't do that and defend and protect and define its border will cease to be a nation. And I know border security has been an issue. I know we have an issue with immigrants coming from all over the world across the border, and I'm like to be more focused on having a better, robust immigration system, which we don't have, because every time we try to deal with those issues, it's politicized. Instead of trying to deal with public policy, trying to deal with just factual information, it's politicized by both parties. And I'm being very disappointed in that, because part of the reason that we have this situation where people who just come over from all over the world is because the Congress, federal government, both Democrats and Republicans, have failed to address this issue in a rational, logical way to be able to have control and management of our border. But thank you very much for answering my questions.
Recognizing your service to our country, I greatly appreciate your last comments.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Senator Schwertner, will you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner. I really wasn't prepared to debate this today, so I just have a few questions, quite frankly. Are you not concerned about the potential, let's assume that, because this is not just on the border, it's any county in Texas, correct?
It's every county that has a jail or contracts with the jail. That's 234 counties.
So it's every county in Texas. You mentioned the 3 different models. Let's take the task force model. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the one where they're going out there with the ICE officers and they're arresting people, correct?
Yes, they conduct active immigration enforcement in the community and serve immigration-related warrants and act as a force multiplier in a ICE-led, but also supported by local law enforcement under the task force model.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is it just the serving of warrants, or can they stop somebody? Are you concerned about any kind of racial profiling that might happen?
I trust our ICE and sheriff's departments to properly do a task force based upon federal criteria and how they go about designing a proper task force operation. I am not a law enforcement officer, as you are not either, and I think there are ways to do things that are appropriate regarding community-based enforcement and active enforcement of immigration laws.
Up in Waxahachie some time ago, maybe some 10 years ago, there was a CNN documentary that went on for about an entire week, a different piece of what was happening, and it was up near Waxahachie. The CNN documentary, the piece, every night was a different story. It's called Driving While Black. Are you familiar with that?
I'm driving while what?
While black.
While black. No, Senator, I'm not familiar with that documentary.
It was sheriff's deputies in that county and police in that county pulling over mostly black drivers, threatening them with arrest, oftentimes arresting them, and then they would take away their vehicles or their jewelry in forfeiture cases. This doesn't ring a bell to you?
I'm not familiar with that documentary.
The county was making a tremendous amount of money. The biggest point I want to make here is you had police officers that one might seem were well-intended, but their true motive was essentially to forfeit on the car, their money, or whatever it was, and they were literally stopping black African-American people over and over and over again, so much so that we saw this tremendous documentary that was put out. Are you not afraid of the potentiality for racial profiling by police if they see what presumably looks like Mexican or Hispanic people in a truck, that they will not be pulled over simply because of the color of their skin?
Senator, our world is not racially blind, colorblind. There are obviously inherent biases of individuals. That said, there are ways to properly train, and through the 287G program, task force model, there is training to address the concerns of racial profiling. There are procedures, and I think there's an acute understanding of the unique aspects of a task force model in the United States. And this is a model that was again reinvigorated and reintroduced in January of this year. And I think it's an important model, one that does have risks, as you've articulated, but I think it is still an important model to have, and again, one that the sheriffs will have complete discretion to participate in or not based upon their unique understanding of their employees that they would like to have in the 287G program as force multipliers and as 287G model employees. So I think it is again, with safeguards and with discretion and with oversight by both ICE and by that local sheriff when it comes to any employee that they choose to place in a task force model.
Well, I'm glad that you agree with me that racism is still alive and well in this country and in this state.
I think there's definite racial biases by all races.
Yeah. You mentioned training by ICE. That was interesting because, my kids got me hooked on TikTok. I get most of my news from there now. It's amazing. And I see day to day, every day, ICE arrests of immigrants. Just this week in San Antonio, immigrants going to court, immigrants that had followed the process under CBP 1, had come to the border, checked in, started their process for credible fear to go on to the further asylum claim that they would have. They've been here for over a year. And just this week, under a new Trump administration executive order, those people showing up to court are being arrested, detained with their children in handcuffs. Saw that this past weekend. A little boy arrested with his mother, crying, telling his mother, Mommy, I'm here. I'm here. The ICE officers, interesting, because you mentioned training, they are all in masks. Is that part of the training that our sheriff's deputies will now be wearing masks? I'm just wondering.
Senator, I don't know the specific training of the ICE. I'm not an ICE officer or a federal immigration official. I trust the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to enhance and develop and properly administer these programs. I think it's vital that we have these programs. Our country is being overrun by illegal immigration through the open border policies of our prior administration, and people are rightly concerned of not just the actual effects of illegal immigration, but by, in particular, criminal illegal aliens doing great harm to our society. And it is vital we respond in force and with great effort. And this bill speaks to that. It speaks to being aligned with the Trump administration in their goals of a safer and stronger America and our borders.
Senator Schwertner, I think any study that's credible will show you that undocumented immigrants have done more for this country than the contrary. Every single study, and to say anything other than that is absolutely racist. But I'll tell you that it's too bad that we're adopting this conference report. It's too bad that you're not suggesting that our local police not wear masks, because that is almost a Gestapo kind of tactic, isn't it? To go out and intimidate little boys and little girls and moms and dads across this country wearing a mask. It's downright disgusting. And I think you just said that part of the training would be possibly that. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe then it makes it all okay. Hey, I'm working with ICE now, so I can intimidate the hell out of these people by simply wearing a mask and looking like a goon. Let me give you my last hypothetical. What if our new president decides to go out and convince Congress, the Congress that he has control over, to create a new federal law that says anybody that employs an undocumented as if it's a nanny or the lawn man or at their company or on their construction site, if any of those employers employ these people and we find out about it, then you can go arrest them. These task forces can go after those businesses under that hypothetical, correct?
Arrest the employer or the individual that is illegally in the United States.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. President. I'll only say that our undocumented immigrants that serve in this country and in this state have done a substantial amount of credible work for this country and continue to do so. And as a son of immigrants, I find all of this repulsive.
Senator Schwertner moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 8. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 8 is adopted.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House is taking the following action.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Paxton to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 13.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the conference committee report for Senate Bill 13. Members, Senate Bill 13 is the priority legislation to protect Texas students from sexually explicit material
Senator
in our
Paxton.
school libraries.
Let us vote on the motion.
Of course.
Senator Paxton has moved suspension of the rules. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
23 ayes, 8 nays. Rule suspended. Chair recognizes Senator Paxton for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 13.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Senate Bill 13 is the priority legislation to protect Texas students from sexually explicit material in school libraries. The conference committee report fine-tunes the clarifying language added by the House. It mandates that local school library advisory councils happen when requested by the parents of 10% of the students enrolled in the district or 50 parents of students enrolled in the district, whichever is less, which is a feature which will help our smaller school districts. The conference committee report also specifies that if a school district does not adopt a local school library advisory council, any other process utilized by the school district must still comply with the standards and transparency requirements in the bill, including review committees created to provide extra help. I would very much like to thank Chairman Buckley for his hard work in championing this bill over in the House, and also the Lieutenant Governor for prioritizing this bill to protect Texas school children from this kind of material in our school libraries. And thank you, members, for your bipartisan support of this important legislation. I move adoption.
Senator Paxton moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 13. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
23
Creighton.
ayes and 8 nays. The conference committee report on Senate Bill 13 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1494.
Thank you, members. I move to concur on Senate Bill 1494.
Senator Johnson moves to the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 1494. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
It moved.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2121.
Thank you, members. House Bill 2121 is about data brokers, and it clarifies the definition to make sure that we don't unintentionally pick up some people that shouldn't be liable, but still nail people who are improperly gathering our data and selling it.
Senator Johnson moves that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 2121. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Johnson for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2373.
Thank you, members. I move concurrence on House Bill 2373. This has to do with AI scam protections. We all know people who've been scammed by artificial intelligence. Again, we want to make sure that we don't pick up the people who aren't responsible for doing this. This just shields some people from liability who shouldn't be roped in while it continues to create a cause of action and go after scammers who go after kids and grandparents and everybody in between.
Senator Johnson moves the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2373. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2431.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move that the Senate concur on the House Amendment 2431. Senate Bill 2431 allows institutions of higher education to offer foreign language credit to students participating in a study abroad program. This helps students build global skills, prepares them for the workforce, and supports national security by connecting real-world experience with language learning. The amendments requires that the amendments that were added applies exclusively to public institutions of higher education, not private, and that the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board is tasked with developing rules necessary for the implementation of this bill, and the requirements of the bill will take effect beginning with the 2026-27 academic year. This amendment was acceptable, and I concur. I move to concur.
Senator Campbell moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2431. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 441.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Conference Committee report layout deadline, Senate Rule 12.09 on Senate Bill 441.
Is there objection? Hearing none. You recognize Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Before I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 441, first let me explain why this legislation is so important. A little bit of background. Deepfake technology is being used to create sexually explicit images and videos of real people without their consent, often using their likeness pulled from social media or public photos. These images can destroy reputations, traumatize victims, and be impossible to remove once online. In a real-world example, in October 2023, a 14-year-old student at Aledo High School in North Texas, Elliston Berry, became the victim of a disturbing deepfake incident. A fellow student used artificial intelligence software to manipulate innocent photos of her and other female classmates, creating sexually explicit images without their consent. These fabricated images were then distributed via social media, leading to widespread humiliation and emotional distress to the victims. The goal of Senate Bill 441 is to help victims like Ellison Berry. It provides civil liability, empowering victims to sue bad actors who create or spread deepfake media. This Conference Committee report also incorporates another bill that we passed out of the Senate unanimously, Senate Bill 442, which passed out of this chamber with unanimous support. It expands criminal penalties for the same conduct, sending a clear message that Texas will not tolerate this kind of exploitation. This legislation also follows the framework of and complements the federal Take It Down Act, spearheaded by Senator Ted Cruz and signed into law by President Trump. The House added an amendment that had not been thoroughly vetted by the Senate. This Conference Committee report removes that amendment and restores the intent of the bill as passed out of the chamber. With that, Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 441.
Senator Hinojosa moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 441. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 447.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Mr. President, members, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 447. Senate Bill 447 is a local bill that allows to change the date of an election to the November uniform election date. The House amendment language was already passed in a separate bill this session and included in Senate Bill 447 that would be duplicated. This language was simply removed. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 447.
Senator Hinojosa moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 447. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 447 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 379.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I move to adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 379. The final version of Senate Bill 379 is adopted by the House Conference Committee now prohibits the use of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits to purchase sweetened drinks and candy, and a sweetened drink is defined as a non-alcoholic beverage made with water that contains 5 grams or more of added sugar or any amount of artificial sweeteners. And the definition excludes beverages that contain milk, soy, rice, or similar milk substances, or are composed more than 50% with fruit or vegetable juice. And the bill applies now only to sweetened drinks and candy that is ordinarily packaged and sold for consumption without further preparation.
Senator Middleton, Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Senator Middleton, do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Senator Milton, for this bill. It was part of a package of 3 Senate bills that we worked on. I think all 3 will make it across the finish line. You and Senator Hughes had a bill about the food served in our schools, and then, of course, SB 25. Just for point of clarification, I know that in the House, candy was removed, and it was only soft drinks. We landed where coming out of conference?
So we landed at sweetened beverages, which is as it left the Senate, and candy, and it does not include anymore in the bill the chips or cookies provision, which was as it left the Senate, it had chips and cookies. That's not in the final version.
So this bill actually tells Health and Human Services to go to the USDA and request a waiver to exclude those items from being able to be purchased with the SNAP cards, correct?
That's correct. We request a waiver through FNS, and Secretary Brooke Rollins decides whether to grant that and under what conditions as well.
Right. So while we didn't get everything, it's the first step forward.
This is a huge step forward because, look, the purpose of the food stamp program is nutritious food essential to health and well-being. Well, we know that sweetened beverages, sodas, candy, those are not nutritious food essential to health and well-being. And we know we've got a crisis where taxpayer-funded soda and sweetened beverages and candy turns into taxpayer-funded health care eventually.
Type 2 diabetes,
Right.
other things that lead to it. SNAP, what is that? It's an acronym for?
Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Thank you, nutrition.
That's right, nutrition.
And so, well, I want to thank you for this. I want to thank the House. This is our first time that we've actually passed this bill. We have tried to pass this bill since I would say, I know starting in about 2009, 2007, that we've attempted this. And so, about 18 years later, here we go, right?
And we've got a very friendly federal partner.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you for your leadership on that, Senator Kolkhorst.
Senator Middleton moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 379. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
22 ayes and 9 nays. The Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 379 is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Alvarado for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 763.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 763, as it passed the Senate, required the TCEQ to conduct a protectedness review of the standard permit for concrete batch plants every 6 years. The House added an amendment to require, along with some other technical corrections, the review to occur every 10 years. After conversations with stakeholders and the governor, we came to some middle ground, and it will now require the review to occur every 8 years. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 763.
Senator Birdwell, for a purpose.
Question of the author.
Senator Alvarado, do you yield?
I do.
Did any of the technical corrections affect the substance of the bill?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
And thank you for your support and for serving on the Conference Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Alvarado moves the adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 763. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 763 is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2067.
Mr. President, members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2067. This is the insurance transparency bill that the Senate passed 31-0, and the Conference Committee report clarifies that the required report that insurers must provide at least quarterly to TDI summarize the insurer's reasons for declination, cancellation, or non-renewal of policies, and it must be organized by zip code of the applicants or policyholders and may not identify directly or indirectly any insurer. The report also states that a report of workers' comp insurance policies must be a statewide report and not organized by zip code, as such a requirement is unnecessary for workers' comp policies. And finally, the effective date of the bill is changed to January 1st, 2026 to allow time for implementation. And I move adoption.
Senator Middleton moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2067. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion to concur on Conference Committee report. Motion on Conference Committee reports for Senate Bill HB 3372. Not to concur, but the committee report. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3372. This is the no double dipping bill that we worked on earlier. I guess that was this week. It targets administrators moonlighting in ways that can undermine the interests of a district they serve. And the Conference Committee report clarifies that a school board of trustees is not considered an administrator under the bill because they are not paid. And that was the only substantive change. And I move adoption.
Senator Middleton moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3372. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The committee report is adopted. Thank you. Senator Zaffarini, Chair recognizes you for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3909.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3909. Members, the Conference Committee report simply returns the bill to the engrossed version to limit the prohibition on wireless communication devices to the room in which voting is taking place. I move adoption.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall.
Senator Zaffarini had moved the adoption of the Conference Committee report. 27 ayes, 4 nays. The report is adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized to suspend the rules on House Bill 705.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Conference Committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 1209 in order to take up and consider at this time the Conference Committee report for House Bill 705.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for motion on the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 705 by Representative Terry Wilson relating to cosmetology licensure compact. Members, this bill would ensure that if the compact deems any language in the bill materially different than the model legislation, Texas will not be considered a member state, and grant the state the ability to withdraw from the compact at any time on the issuance of a proclamation by the governor or other executive action rescinding the state's consent to the compact. It also would clarify the purpose of the compact and establish that nothing in this bill shall subject a member state to any laws, rules, or regulations from the compact or any other state, provide that nothing shall require any member state to adopt additional laws or policies or inhibit the enforcement of any other law of a member state. And these changes were requested by Representative Terry Wilson to address concerns raised by the governor's staff. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Zaffarini moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 705. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The report is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Paxton for a motion on conference committee report for Senate Bill 2018.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2018. This bill establishes the Strong Families Tax Credit, a limited pilot program offering tax credits to businesses who contribute to eligible nonprofits who provide qualifying services promoting family stability, parenting skills, and workforce readiness for Texas families. I'm so appreciative of the bipartisan support on this bill, especially my joint and co-authors, Senators Hinojosa, both of them, Senator Chuy Hinojosa, Senator Adam Hinojosa, Senator Hughes, Senator Sparks, and Senator Blanco. Members, the conference committee report removes 2 lines of an amendment added by the House that would have extended a separate tax program located in a separate section of the code. I move adoption.
Senator Paxton moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2018. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Barber.
31 ayes, no nays. The report is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2337.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2337. Senators, this is an amendment that has to do with proxy advisors and making sure they're honoring their duty to their shareholders and ultimately to the people of Texas, because so many of these are handling Texas pension funds and public funds that belong to the people. The House added 2 floor amendments to this bill, one of which was acceptable, one was not, and there's agreement on the conference committee to remove the one amendment. We believe it's a stronger bill, and I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2337. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Barber.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2337 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Colcourse for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 331.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 331. Members, Senate Bill 331 is the Health Care Price Transparency Bill, which we passed unanimously in the Senate on April 22nd. It requires acute care facilities, including surgical centers, to post the prices for the 300 most shoppable health care services. The bill sponsor, Representative Frank, and stakeholders made a change in the committee substitute that increased the threshold of the revenue that would exempt facilities from the bill. On the House floor, Representative Frank adopted a third reading amendment that would have opened the door to exempting facilities from the bill if the All-Payer Claims Database initiative collected similar information. Members, the bill was intended to have facilities post pricing information on their websites so that consumers could see that and potentially shop, especially if they had health savings accounts or if they wanted to pay cash. The floor amendment could have changed the intent of the measure, and so the Conference Committee removes it. On the threshold of what facilities have to post, we negotiated that to $10 million. Originally, 331 had $7 million. He had gone to $12 million. We settled at $10 million. With that, I want to thank Representative Chair Frank for his longtime partnership on many great bills like this, and I move to now adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 331.
Members, Senator Colcourse moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 331. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado,
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for your support.
Chair recognizes Senator Colcourse for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 457.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I was just holding up this bill book, and if you don't think that this bill was negotiated and researched, just take one look at the bill book size. So, members, if you could just allow me for 1 second to explain what this did. I will be moving to adopt the Conference Committee report on this. After 3 years of working on this bill, what we were able to negotiate in the end with Representative Frank, Chair Frank, is this. Section 1 adds House Bill 3902 by Representative Rose to the bill. This was a separate measure that the nursing home owners wanted when they change ownership, change of ownership in the reporting process, that Medicaid there's no interruption on those payments. So I agreed with that for the nursing home operators interested in selling their businesses. Sections 2 through 5 are renumbered, but it otherwise remains the same and unchanged across all versions. Section 6 in the House version added housekeeping as an eligible patient expense for which Medicaid funding is directed to be spent. It reduced the patient care ratio to 80%. That's what we spend. I had 85% in the original bill. It increases the number of CMS 5-star rating system metrics that nursing homes must keep to be exempt from the patient care ratio. And finally, the House added a second quality-based exemption for the nursing homes if they receive a high rating on CMS 5-star rating systems. The conference includes some of these changes. It accepts the inclusion of housekeeping and the reduction of the ratio to 80%. However, it removed the duplicative quality measure exemption. Members, I will say that working with the nursing homes, I'm very grateful for a long negotiation. The size of this bill book shows you how long we have negotiated on this. And I think that this will lead to better outcomes in our nursing homes. The money that we have invested over the last 2 sessions, pushing those to make sure that it goes to the attendants and providing more quality care. So with that, Mr. President, I want to thank Chair Frank, who has worked on this bill with me. Julia Patterson, thank you for assembling a bill book so large that I have to have 2 hands to lift it. I am honored to adopt the conference committee report and finally pass Senate Bill 457.
Member Senator Kolkhorst moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 457. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Julia Patterson, for your hard work.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1566.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House added a third reading amendment that contained language drafted in incorrected subsections of Chapter 42 Local Government Code. The correct language has already been passed in another bill. The conference committee removes the House bill's third reading amendment. I move adoption of the committee the committee report to Senate Bill 1566.
Member Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1566. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2878.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2878. Senators, you'll remember the omnibus courts bill that's done every session. It's tradition and practice to establish new courts and jurisdiction, make changes to administration, and take care of local requests from the folks that we represent. Conference Committee Report 2878 makes 3 changes. It removes an amendment from the House that affected a couple of courts in Comal, Guadalupe, and Hays counties. It puts a court in Ellis County that the Senate had put in, and also clarifies the Commissioner's Court's role in courthouse security. Other amendments were acceptable to all of the conferees. I believe this is a good bill, accomplishes its purpose, and I move adoption of the Conference Committee Report.
Members, Senator Betancourt, for what purpose? Okay, thank you. Members, Senator Hughes moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2878. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 260.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 260. Members, this Conference Committee report is one that would significantly increase both the per student and per campus school safety allotments. Specifically, the per student allotment would increase from $10 for each student in average daily attendance to $20, and the per campus allotment from $15,000 to $33,540. This report conforms with the language that was included in the final version of House Bill 2, Senator Creighton's bill. The Conference Committee report continues to build upon our historic investments to enhance the safety and security in our schools. I move adoption.
Members, Senator Huffman moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 260. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado,
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Conference Committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 15.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rule suspended. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Conference Committee report kept the House minimum lot size at a standard of 30,000 square feet. It made slight and other boundary changes, removing an amendment related to zoning classifications. The bill already provides that and has no effect on other zoning authorities. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 15.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 15. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Great bill.
Senator Hancock. Senator Hancock. Chair recognizes Senator Hancock for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3071.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3071. After Conference Committee meetings and discussions, the language keeps it as it was passed out of the Senate. With that, I move adoption.
Members, Senator Hancock moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3071. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 709 by Betancourt, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 568.
Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the out-of-bounds resolution for the special education bill that we need to convey a collaboration and an actual parity with the budget. I move adoption.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call, Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Questions on the amendment, or the, yes.
This is the resolution. This is the
Listen, this is to go
adoption
out
of
of
the
bounds?
resolution.
Is this to go out of bounds?
Yes.
I just wondered what we're doing to go out of bounds.
You recognize Senator Betancourt.
Yes, this is the out of bounds for the special education bill that passed unanimously. And basically, this makes sure that we stay within the budget parameters of what's budgeted. We'll have the main bill up a second, and I'll explain the whole thing. Thank you.
Members, if you would take conversations outside the rail. Senator Johnson, did you finish your line of questioning? Okay.
All right. Mr. President, if I could, just let me read, just make sure with Senator Johnson's question. Okay. Members, the proposed conference committee on SB 568 special education funding is to recognize the difference between Senate Bill 568, the special education funding components of HB2 as passed by the Senate on May 23rd. The total funding provided by 568, which is included in the budget, is increased to $850 from the $400 million provided by SB 568 as it was introduced. And the conference committee report will include increases in transition funding from $200 million to $250 million to assist districts while adapting to new tiered funding systems. Full and individual initiative evaluation, FIIE, offsets will increase from $250 to $1,000 per evaluation. Conference committee report on SB 568 will return parental directed special education services to grant program set of entitlement. And we'll talk more about this when the main bill comes here in about, 10 minutes. Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your question.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 568.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is really a great day here. This is the culmination of, I would say 5 years worth of work. I want to thank Senator Zaffirini and Senator Paxton for both being on the Special Education Commission that started this ball rolling several years ago. And this committee substitute bill basically gives us a $850 million of special education money that broke down in various different areas, but it starts with an intensity model that relates to how schools get their evaluations done, and then proceeds through funding levels. So with that, I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the conference committee report for Senate Bill 568.
Members, you've heard the motion from Senator Betancourt. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 568.
And thank you, Mr. President. And to continue, we're going to have a service intensity tier of support and a service group funding level. We're changing to an 8-tier model to encompass students that only receive speech therapy as their instructional setting. Other factors considered embedding a cost for full and individual evaluations for students who are evaluated for special education services. I could go on, but that is the key thing. You want to be able to get evaluations for special needs children early on so there can be early intervention. The bill does a lot of other good things, but in the interest of time, I'll just move to adopt the conference committee report to Senate Bill 568.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 568. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Great bill.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the rules on House Bill 2017.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirement in Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the conference committee report House Bill 2017.
Members, you've heard the motion by Senator Hagenbu. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbuch for a motion on the conference committee report for House Bill 2017.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2017. The committee realized that the amendment that was added on the Senate side was not germane. With that, I move adoption.
Members, Senator Hagenbuch moves adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 2017. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 1405.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirements for Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1405.
Members, you've heard the motion from Senator Nichols. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1405.
I move adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1405. Members, this is the broadband cleanup bill. The changes agreed to in the conference committee largely reflect the version that passed out of the Senate and the House, which were very close all the way through. They included the following: detailed definition of eligible broadband, clarifying language requiring higher speeds for the community anchor institutions, adds the word contracts as an eligible mechanism for awarded funds, and retains a provision to increase transparency by requiring the office to publish grant award information on the comptroller's website. The conference committee language removed the sales and use tax and refunds portion. And finally, the conference committee found a compromise on an amendment I added on the Senate floor regarding private property damage. It establishes a mechanism by which the BDO may rescind or reduce grant funding when there is damage to private property, which this would be part of the original contract agreed upon when they entered into it. So I believe this conference committee report strikes a good balance between the two chambers' priorities on broadband, and I move adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1405.
Members, Senator Nichols moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1405. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, we're going to stand at ease for 10 minutes. Senate will come to order. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 715 by Huffman, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction to House Bill 5246.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to ask for consideration and approval to allow the Conference Committee on House Bill 5246 to go outside the bounds. During our negotiations with the House, one of the decisions did not conform to language in the House or Senate. I move adoption.
Member Senator Huffman moves adoption of Resolution SR 715. Secretary will call the roll.
Yes, I hope so.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 5246.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246. This report makes an additional change to the version that passed the Senate. The Conference Committee report added language to allow the Texas Space Commission to work with a municipality to temporarily close a highway or venue for public safety purposes to promote space-related activities. I move adoption.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the sponsor of the bill.
Do you yield, Senator Huffman?
I do, yes.
You recognize Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much, Senator Huffman. This addition is it specific just to Boca Chica or to the Harris County launches as well?
Hold on. Statewide.
I'm sorry?
Both locations. You ask about Harris County specifically and Boca Chica? Yes.
So with regard to Boca Chica...
I don't actually think they launch in Harris County, but whatever. Okay.
Right, and it wouldn't be Harris
Yeah.
County. Under
Yeah.
these provisions, it would be the city of Houston, correct?
It's statewide, so I don't know if it would matter exactly what your question would be about what locality. I believe it's statewide.
Well, it says subject to the approval of the municipality's governing body. So I'm assuming that even if it were in the Harris County, it would be the municipality involved would be the city of Houston?
Yes, and there are several within, near like the city of Nassau Bay and so forth. So there's lots of little areas around the space facilities in Harris County.
So with regard to Boca Chica, it would be the newly created municipality there around the SpaceX facility?
Yes.
And this would authorize the municipality to close a highway, a venue, or an open beach park.
Correct. As as venue is defined, which is has several parts to the definition. Yes.
Now it authorizes a municipality to close a highway, a venue, or an open beach park specifically to promote space-related industries, further commission activities, and implement the strategic plan under 482-201. These seem fairly broad rationales for closure.
Yes.
So really,
So they're for purposes, public safety purposes, to promote space-related activities. So they would have to fall broadly within that category, but they would have to fall within that category. Couldn't be an arbitrary reason.
But the municipality could pretty much close the beach pretty much all the time.
No,
these are fairly broad parameters. You could drive a truck through these, couldn't you?
Well,
or maybe
say that the FFA,
a spacecraft.
the FFA has already authorized 500 hours of beach closure per year and has authorized SpaceX to launch Starships 5 times per year. This amendment, the CCR, does not increase any of these numbers.
Actually, are you aware that the Federal Aviation Administration has increased the number of launches?
This is the information I was provided. If you could educate me, I'm all ears.
Just last month, FAA increased the number of launches for Starflight 5-fold to 25 launches per year from 5.
Well, whatever the federal regulations were, and I imagine they could be changed again during the time this bill was in effect, that would be the parameters, the federal parameters.
Do you have any concerns with regard to the public easement that's enshrined in the Texas Constitution having primacy over the municipal authority to close the beach?
Well, I'm always concerned about the Open Beaches Act, and the rights of our citizens to enjoy the beaches. I feel like the Texas Space Commission will work closely with the municipalities to ensure that the public has access, but yet they're still safe during these space activities.
In fact, isn't there a case that was recently remanded from the 13th Court of Appeals back to the trial court because of closures of the beach by the GLO and/or Cameron County?
Well, I'm sure if those work through the court and the decisions of the court will be followed by the Space Commission as they need to be.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Member Senator Huffman moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Campbell suspend the rules on Senate Bill 3059.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 1209 in order to take up and consider conference committee report for SB 3059.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Campbell for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 3059.
Thank you, Mr. President. 3059, as you recall, establishes the Alamo Commission and shifts oversight of the Alamo from the General Land Office to the Alamo Commission. In the House, 3 amendments were added to the bill. The first amendment was acceptable by Chairman Metcalf, and it was a perfecting amendment. An additional amendment was put on the bill, which gives the Alamo Commission jurisdiction over agreements related to 1813 Declaration of Independence. That too was acceptable. Lastly, there was another amendment added to the bill which changed the effective date to pass the baton to the Alamo Commission. This amendment in conference was stripped off. With that, I move adoption of the conference committee report for Senate Bill 3059.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question of the author.
Do you yield, Senator Campbell?
I do.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Campbell, if I understood correctly, the amendment allows for the transfer to happen after September of 2027, which gives us another session to come back and make sure everything's ready for the transfer. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, no, I think that you've crafted the bill well, so it has safeguards in it, and so thank you for answering my questions.
And thank you, Senator Menendez, for helping the Alamo Commission, the Alamo delegation for this bill.
Absolutely. We're all in this together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Campbell moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 3059. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, every member.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 703 by Parker, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 2308.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to take up and consider SR 703 that allows the suspension of limitations on conference committee jurisdiction for Senate Bill 2308. Members, the bill passed by the House established a limited framework for the creation of a clinical trial on Ibogaine. Notably, the House version also removed detailed provisions regarding the drug's use following FDA approval for medicinal purposes. Initially, no state funding was appropriated for the initiative. However, that has now changed, making it critically important to implement clear, comprehensive guidelines and regulatory measures. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Members, you heard the motion from Senator Parker. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Stand by. Senator Parker moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell,
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the resolution is adopted. Okay. Chair recognizes Senator Parker for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2308.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that the Senate move to take up and consider the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2308. Members, I want to recognize, first and foremost, the hard work that went into perfecting this bill for optimal execution. I want to specifically take a moment to thank the Lieutenant Governor for his interest and support of this legislation, his incredible staff, including Andrea Franco and Mike Morrissey, and my own Savannah Mann on my staff that worked tirelessly. Senate Bill 2308, as originally passed in the House, marked an important step in exploring Ibogaine as an assisted therapy. However, it did not go into detailed guardrails around eligibility, funding, oversight, and implementation because there was originally no state funding being used for implementation. The Conference Committee report substantially refines the bill, transforming it into a rigorous framework that ensures scientific integrity, financial accountability, and public benefit while being fiscally, medically, and ethically responsible with the state's involvement. I want to point out a handful of key elements within the bill. One of the most important enhancements in the final version is the clear specification of who may apply to the Health and Human Services Commission. The original bill broadly authorized an entity to apply for a public-private partnership. The final version requires that an applicant be a consortium that includes at least one drug developer, one state hospital, and one institution of higher education. This provision makes sure that we're following standard state procurement laws, following through with an interagency contract, and centralizes administrative responsibility. The conference report also provides much-needed clarity with regard to engagement with the United States Food and Drug Administration. While the original bill referenced FDA-authorized trials, it did not indicate who would be responsible for submitting the necessary applications, and the final version specifies that a single member of the selected consortium, as agreed upon in writing, will in fact submit the investigational new drug IND application to the FDA. The Conference Committee report also addresses adding additional financial controls. The final version introduces a strong fiscal safeguard by requiring verification of matching funds from non-state sources before the consortium can receive any state funding. It also permits HHSC to disperse funds incrementally, contingent on meeting defined milestones and submitting verified expenditure reports. I'm excited to share that a significant public interest provision added in the Conference Committee language involves intellectual property and commercialization. Under the original version, there was no discussion of what would happen with revenue that was generated from successful treatments or technology that comes from the trials. The final bill establishes that not less than 20% of all revenue derived from trial-related intellectual property, such as patents, treatment models, data, or administration protocols, must be allocated to the state of Texas, and the comptroller will deposit received revenue into the state's general revenue account. Of the state share, 25% is to be used specifically for state-funded veteran services. I also want to share, finally, that bill's implementation timeline has been clarified. While the original bill has a standard effective date provision, the final version requires HHSC to begin accepting proposals within just 60 days of the bill's effective date, ensuring timely program activation. The committee language report for SB 2308 represents a major advancement. It elevates the legislation from a general concept to a very detailed and enforceable policy framework. It clearly defines eligibility, it strengthens fiscal safeguards, assigns regulatory responsibility, and ensures public benefit from any commercialization. The final version of SB 2308 positions Texas as a national leader in responsible, evidence-based ibogaine research and treatment development. The bill now reflects not only innovation, but also accountability, transparency, and a long-term vision for addressing the opioid crisis in this country, along with the severe damage from TBI and PTSD through novel medical approaches. It also includes strong protections for taxpayers and the public interest while expediting the process to achieve fast, effective results for the people of Texas. And with that, Mr. President and members, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2308.
Member Senator Parker moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2308. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
26 ayes and 5 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to thank you all for the support. This great groundbreaking opportunity for our veterans and so many that suffer from challenges that ibogaine, we hope and pray, will make a difference with their lives. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3595.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. HB 3595 was Assisted Living Facility Emergency Preparedness by Representative Berry. Basically, it requires assisted living to prepare for power outages, either backup supply or evacuation plans, maintain communication with residents, emergency contacts. Committee conference report mirrors the House version as it allows reasonable oversight and took out an amendment that was added on to make that look more like the House version was when it came over. With that, I do think Senator Alvarado has some comments too.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Do you yield, Senator Perry?
Yield.
Yes.
You recognize Senator Alvarado.
Senator Perry, I'm sure you recall all of this because you were involved in some of the discussions, but I did add an amendment on to the bill that was approved by the House author, freshman Representative Berry. And it dealt with a couple of things. It was dealing with notification to family of those that had family members in assisted living facilities. And it dealt with a preemption issue. Because some counties like Harris County, Brazoria County, Senator Middleton, either have a plan in place or they're going to put a plan in place for emergency plans, and in our case, in the event of hurricanes, tropical storms, flooding, things like that. Do you recall that you and I had a conversation about that I had gotten the House author to sign off on it? Do you recall?
Yeah, I remember you telling me about the amendment. We put it on, and I remember you saying he was good with it.
Yes.
Fast forward, that ended up not being the case in the final process. So
I have never spoken or called out a member of this body or the other body ever. But as the Lieutenant Governor said the other night, it's the first time for everything. And Representative Berry went back on his word to me, not once, but twice, because we had a conversation about me carrying that bill. He agreed to that. And then he claims he forgot and asked you to carry it. Senator Miles and I had similar bills to this. After Hurricane Beryl, we recognized the importance of having some very vigorous, very substantive legislation to deal with emergency preparedness when it comes to our most vulnerable people, our senior citizens in assisted living centers. And that's why we both had bills. Senator Kolkhorst, it was in her committee, and then this bill appeared, heavily lobbied by Tala, okay? And I'm not real happy about them either. So Senator Miles and I, so that we wouldn't put y'all in any compromising position having to pick between the three of us, we said, we will back off and we will support Senator Perry in his bill. And you were an honest man because you kept your word. And we would put some things that we had in our bill on that. And that's what happened when that bill left the House. And Representative Berry changed his mind. And in this place, your word is supposed to mean something, and I hope he's watching. Because this is about integrity. It's about being honest when you're dealing from member to member. And he and I have had numerous conversations about this. He then lied about what my county's position was. And Senator Middleton, he claimed Brazoria County was supportive of this. And I'm told that your county judge called him and told him they did not support taking out the language on preemption that was in the amendment. So, members, thank you for listening to me. I just wanted to call it out because when we deal with each other, we deal with our counterparts in the House, you expect people to keep their word. And we worked with stakeholders, we worked with AARP, we worked with TALA, the Texas Assisted Living Association, with their representative Carmen. I'm not happy with that association either, because they were also disingenuous and dishonest when it came to the part about preemption. And when we offered that amendment, people said, well, what is Tala going to say? Well, you know what? I don't care what Tala says. Did anybody ask, well, what do the people that live in those assisted living centers think? What do their families think? That most vulnerable population, they deserve to have legislation that protects them. And no disrespect to you because you kept your word. And Senator Kolkhorst, I know you tried to help. So I am not upset with any senator in this body. But that bill, this bill does hardly anything. All it does is codify what is already an administrative code. We had one shot to do something for our senior citizens, people that are living in assisted living centers when it comes to disasters, hurricanes. And this representative and that lobby group just thumb their nose at our most vulnerable. So I'm looking forward to working possibly with you, with Senator Miles, Senator Kolkhorst on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado.
Members, Senator Perry moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on HB 3595. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 24 ayes and 7 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 687 by Middleton, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on House Bill 3556.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 687. And what this does is enables the conference committee to resolve the differences between the House and the Senate versions of House Bill 3556. The resolution allows for structure height threshold covered by the bill to be increased from 500 feet to 575 feet and allows for the report to permit Parks and Wildlife to have rulemaking authority, which was requested by the conferees and also stakeholders to make clarification. I move adoption.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A question of the bill author.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
I do, thank you.
You recognize Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Middleton, you and I have already discussed this. I particularly want to call the attention of anyone who, as I did in regular session, who opposed this bill. Senator Middleton, there were things that certain of us objected to. This bill actually makes it less objectionable, or this change, this resolution makes the original bill less objectionable from the perspective of those who previously objected to it, yes?
Well, thank you, Senator Johnson, for pointing out that actually it changes the authority in which Parks and Wildlife has over these structures. Before it was 500 feet or above, now it's raised to 575 feet or
Thank
above.
you. So for what it's worth, I still oppose the underlying legislation that has already passed, but I will be voting in favor of this resolution and would encourage others to do likewise. Thank you for working with the conferee, Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator, yield for questions.
Do you yield, Senator Middleton?
I do yield. Thank you.
You recognize Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually talk about windmills and wind farms up in the Gulf of Mexico, right?
Well, yes, it's structures, but that would be obviously one of the main items that would be under review.
And what is the average height of one of those windmills?
It depends. Some are producing more megawatts than others, and the upthrown blade on some of these can be maybe even 700 or 800 feet tall.
So on the average, like we had it at 500 feet when the Senate, and I supported your Senate bill. Now we're giving a leeway of an additional 75 feet.
Right, so it raises the height that Texas Parks and Wildlife has authority for review from 500 to 575 feet, but the turbines keep getting taller and taller and growing in size, and 800 feet is pretty tall, and that's some of the newest versions are maybe even going to exceed that.
And I guess you use the proper language, turbines. I call them wind farms, but I see them all over the place along the Gulf Coast. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, did you? Okay. All right. Members, Senator Middleton moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergman.
There being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3556.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 3556. The Conference Committee report removes a provision that exempted facilities that support spaceflight activities. It also changes the structure height in the previously adopted outside the bounds resolution from 500 to 575 feet. Finally, the Conference Committee report clarifies that if Parks and Wildlife requires compliance with minimization measures other than those agreed to by the person who requested the review, the person is entitled to administrative hearing before the State Office of Administrative Hearings. And I move adoption.
Member Senator Middleton moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3556. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
Being
Bergman.
22 ayes and 9 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion to suspend the rules on Senate Bill 1540.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the conference committee report layout requirements in Senate Rule 12.09 in order to take up and consider the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1540.
Members, you've heard the motion from Senator Betancourt. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1540.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The conference committee report for Senate Bill 1540 adds state party chairs to the existing list of election officials that already include county party chairs as a compromise with the House. The bill still includes all the provisions that will ensure that current or former election official is defined by Section 1.005 Election Code or employee, volunteer, designee, elected official, or employee of the Secretary of State's office who performs duties relating to elections, personal information is kept confidential. So I move adoption of the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1540.
Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1540. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado
There
Betancourt.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And that's the last Betancourt train to leave the station. The Holy Catholic Alliance added ever to the end of that. That's
Member, the chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
HCR 9, HB 18, HB 35, HB 43, HB 103, HB 107, HB 114, HB 138, HB 143, HB 163. HB 171, HB 216, HB 227, HB 426, HB 449, HB 581, HB 647, HB 654, HB 700, HB 713, HB 721, HB 762, HB 851, HB 1237, HB 1500, HB 1522, HB 2080, HB 2213, HB 2221, HB 2313, HB 2348, HB 2495, HB 2637, HB 2688, HB 2712, HB 2818, HB 2851, HB 3016, HB 3092, HB 3126, HB 3153, HB 3250, HB 3348, HB 3463, HB 3464, HB 3486, HB 3487, HB 3512, HB 3629, HB 3711, HB 3824, HB 4226, HB 4263, HB 4264, HB 4310, HB 4341, HB 4384, HB 4386, HB 4486, HB 4488, HB 4520, HB 5033, HB 5081, HB 5247, HB 5323, HB 5331, HB 5659, HB 5671. SB 968, SB 1084, SB 1207, SB 1230, SB 1318, SB 1448, SB 1621, SB 1644, SB 1718, SB 1758, SB 2177, SB 2232, SB 2366, SB 2367, SB 6. SB 9, SB 22, SB 23, SB 25, SB 36, SB 38, SB 40, SB 204, SB 672, SB 766, SB 876, SB 2398, SB 2406, SB 2480, SB 2501, SB 2520, SB 2589, SB 2786, SB 2790, SB 3048, SB 3050, SB 3052, SB 3053, SB 3056, SJR 5, SB 1243.
During the day with today.
HCR 111, HCR 83, HCR 81, HCR 46, House Bill 5698, HB 5695, HB 5679, HB 5674, HB 5672, HB 5670, HB 5665, HB 5664, HB 5662, HB 5661, HB 5656, HB 5655, HB 5654, HB 5652, HB 5651, HB 5650, HB 5737, HB 5435, HB 3686, HB 3815, HB 4099, HB 4134, HB 4145, HB 4158, HB 4170, HB 4202, HB 4214, HB 4285, HB 4350, HB 4361, HB 4463, HB 4466, HB 4530, HB 4535, HB 4559, HB 4630, HB 4765, HB 4848. HB 4894, HB 4903, HB 4904, HB 4995, HB 5154, HB 5196, HB 5320, HB 1584. That's a mixture of all kinds. HB 150, HB 2594, HB 2512, HB 2243, HB 2240, HB 2038, HB 1690, HB 1397, HB 783, HB 718, HB 521, HB 346, HB 252, HB 3133, HB 3073, HB 3000. HB 2853, HB 2844, HB 144, HB 120, HB 117, HB 100, HB 42, HB 27, HB 26, HB 1240, 1240, HB 1234, HB 1211, HB 1178, HB 1094, HB 1056. HB 3963, HB 3866, HB 3848, HB 3783, HB 3697, HB 3619, HB 3233, HB 4638, HB 4464, HB 4236, HB 4211, HB 3966. HJR 7, HCR 84, HCR 76, HB 5696, HB 5680, HB 5658, HB 5624, HB 5616, HB 5560, HB 5509, HB 4751, HB 4749, HB 24, HB 101, HB 541, HB 824, HB 1052, HB 1306, HB 1532, HB 1629, HB 1868, HB 1960, HB 2012, HB 2035, HB 2037, HB 2217, HB 2488, HB 2517, HB 2520, HB 2598, HB 2655, HB 2686, HB 2694, HB 2757, HB 2820, HB 3005, HB 3112, HB 3185, HB 3388, HB 3516, HB 3546, HB 3623. HB 4112. SB 612, SB 823, SB 1313, SB 2515, SB 4, SB 2778, SB 2986, SJR 27, SB 1760, SB 1833, SB 1838, SB 1923, SB 1957, SB 2155, SB 2167, SB 2321, SB 2368, SB 2407, SB 974. SB 1191, SB 1198, SB 1281, SB 1300, SB 1362, SB 1504, SB 1522, SB 1567, SB 1580, SB 1723, SB 467, SB 409, 509, SB 510, SB 512, SB 710, SB 785, SB 800, SB 850, SB 863, SB 905, SB 904. SB 7, SB 17, SB 21, SB 57, SB 66, SB 140, SB 413, SB 437. SB 10, SB 34, SB 251, SB 261, SB 456, SB 500, SB 519, SB 527, SB 614, SB 646, SB 667, SB 705, SB 748, SB 777, SB 790, SB 826, SB 857, SB 869, SB 918, SB 924. SB 926, SB 955, SB 1049, SB 1055, SB 1137, SB 1164, SB 1188, SB 1233, SB 1266, SB 1302, SB 1307. SB 1333, SB 1335, SB 1398, SB 1400, SB 1433, SB 1467, SB 1558, SB 1563, SB 1596, SB 1858, SB 1862, SB 1896, SB 2073, SB 2206, SB 2405, SB 2610, SB 2781, SB 2885, SB 2995, SCR 3, SCR 9, SCR 18, SCR 30, SCR 53, SJR 59.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has adopted the following conference committee reports: HB 145, HB 3556, SB 12, SB 13, SB 331, SB 379, SB 441, SB 2018, SB 2337. Respectfully, Stephen Brown.
The Dean of the Senate moves that the Senate recess until 1:30 p.m. Sunday, June 1st. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands in recess until 1:30 Sunday, June 1st.